From the Germantown campus of Montgomery College Television is proud to present NJCAA College Baseball with the Montgomery College Raptors taking on the Hawks from Hagerstown Community College. Hi everybody, I'm Michael Brown, and it is my pleasure to welcome in my partner for today's game, Marcus Rosano. Marcus, great to be back together again.
Thank you, Michael. It's good to be here. It's good to be on the campus of Montgomery College. We've got some sun breaking through here, and we've got a good Maryland JUCO baseball game in front of us today.
Well, that is for sure. For baseball fans, this game is going to be a real treat. Montgomery College and Hagerstown are two of the best programs in all of Maryland JUCO, and they have been for years. And on the offensive side, look out, folks. These teams hit the ball hard.
Well, it's a little early for fireworks, but Hagerstown can flat out hit. They got a really good player in third baseman Eric Schausenbacher. He's wrapped around in the lineup by Tyler Walter and Dylan Dunn. But to talk about Schausenbacher first, he is hitting .422. He's getting on base 59% of the time, and he leads the team in stolen bases. So Montgomery College has to keep that kid off the base paths. And on the other side, not to be outdone by Hagerstown, the home team has a huge hitter in Jake Taylor, and he's sandwiched around in the lineup with lefty slugger Greg Turlick and DH Travis Smith. But Jake Taylor has 11 home runs, 53 RBIs, and he's hitting .402. In the 11 home runs and 53 RBIs, well, all that is leading the nation.
Leading the nation. We're also going to see some good young pitchers on the hill today. For Hagerstown, we've got Cooper Ayers. He's 1-0 on the season with a 2.25 ERA, and if things get close at the end, they bring in the top closer in all of Maryland JUCO, Dylan Irely, with a 1.75 ERA. But Montgomery College, they're going to counter strongly with their workhorse starter, Jamison McGrain. He leads the team in innings pitched, complete games. He's 4-2 on the year and has a very tidy 3.56 ERA. Now, normally when these two teams get together, folks, it's a close one, usually decided by 1 or 2 runs, and we don't expect anything different today. However, today is a very special day for another reason. It is the Duck Lee Day here at Montgomery College. Duck Lee was a long-time and much beloved assistant baseball coach here for years and years. Unfortunately, Duck passed away over the winter, but today Montgomery College is going to honor his memory and his legacy with a special ceremony before the game, and we're going to be right back with that after a quick break. You're watching Montgomery College Baseball on MCTV.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College.
My father was a baseball player, and I was in baseball when I was a little toddler, which was interrupted by 2 wars, World War II and Korean War after that. But after finishing college here in U.S., where baseball originated, then I really got into baseball. This is my second tour at Germantown. I was under 2 different coaches from 1995 to 99, Coach Davis and Coach Casera. This is my 3rd, maybe 4th year under the new head coach here, namely Dan Rasher. And beyond expectation, the school has been enjoying great success. Among other things, the scores, the championship, and the win-loss speak for themselves pretty much. I have been enjoying this tremendously.
And that was Duck Lee, longtime volunteer assistant baseball coach at Montgomery College, who passed away this winter. And today, Montgomery College is honoring Duck for his many years of service to young student athletes. And now we turn to the field for the special ceremony. Here's MC Assistant Baseball Coach Justin Che-Before.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, players, Hagerstown, the family of Duck Lee. I just want to read a little biography on our beloved coach. On January 19th, we lost an excellent baseball coach, mentor, and friend. Duck Lee passed away at the young age of 77. Duck served as our pitching coach and mentor the past 7 years at Montgomery College. His dedication and honor that he brought to the baseball was unmatched. Duck's involvement with baseball expanded over 60 years. In early 1980s, Duck played an integral role in USA Baseball and their relationship with the Korean national team. He also accompanied Dr. Bob Smith to China in the first official visit to assist the Chinese in getting baseball started in their country and getting them connected with the international baseball and Asian baseball associations. Duck believed that baseball was a way of life. He often said that he was blessed because of the relationships he had made through baseball. He felt that baseball provides opportunities for all types of people. However, there was only one qualification that he demanded: respect for the game. If you respected the game and did your job properly, Duck welcomed you with open arms. Duck's favorite thing to do was to pitch batting practice. We estimated that he threw over 2 million pitches during the course of his baseball career. He went out of his way to help thousands of kids in our community to become better hitters. He got a special kick out of throwing BP to the kids and grandkids of former players that he used to coach. Duck was a patriot. Duck often told the story of how the U.S. troops would give him food to take to his family when he was a child in Korea. This act of kindness was never forgotten by Duck, and when he received his citizenship from the United States, he could not be any prouder. Duck was a team player. Over the past 2 years, we knew Duck was slowing down. However, we never knew the extent of his illness. Duck never felt sorry for himself nor complained about his health. He was only concerned about how the team was doing and the development of our pitching staff. In fact, 1 week before his death, he was throwing batting practice to our team and getting ready to help out with the winter clinics. It was a shock to our coaches and players to learn how quickly Duck's condition deteriorated. As Duck's brother shared at the funeral, Duck loved America and Duck loved baseball. As a child, it was his dream to be in America. What many back home thought was an impossible dream, like Don Quixote on a quest. We at Montgomery College Baseball are grateful that the dream became a reality. We miss our friend, we miss our coach, we miss our mentor, Mr. General Duck Lee. At this time, I'd like to announce we have some of Duck's family here.
And that was assistant baseball coach for Montgomery College, Justin Che-Before, speaking. And they are unveiling a banner right now that they are going to hang on the outfield wall, a banner dedicated to Duck Lee, forever in our hearts. His family, a good number of his family are here today. And you can see that all of the Montgomery College baseball players are wearing a T-shirt that has says Montgomery College baseball on the front, and then on the back it says Duck Lee's name and the number 28, which was Duck's uniform number. And also behind the mound, they have spray painted for today's ceremony and for today's game. They have spray painted Duck's name on the pitching mound, which of course is very appropriate given the fact that Duck was the pitching coach for Montgomery College. And like Justin said in his remarks, he must have thrown over 1 million pitches as a batting practice pitcher. It's amazing. Over 2 million pitches as a batting practice pitcher. And like Justin said, a week before his death, here's a man a week from his death, and he is still throwing batting practice, and which is why there was so much surprise, Marcus, when he did pass away.
You know, and it really shows with the players, even the freshmen coming in, it seems like they knew who Duck was, but it didn't take long for them to really understand what he meant to the Montgomery College baseball program, and it's true. It's a demand for respect. It's a demand for respect for the game, and in turn, they respected the man.
And that was a song in his honor. And we are going to take a very short break. And actually, we're not. We're going to stay right here on the field.
Some special guests. We have Duck's family. We have Duck's sister with Travis Smith. We have Marge Lee with Colin McMahon. And then we have Tammy Caden with Miles Leader. And they're going to throw out the ceremonial first pitch.
And we're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back with a special national anthem after this.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College.
Welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College for our game today between the MC Raptors and the Hagerstown Hawks. Michael Brown alongside Marcus Rosano, and now our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Very fine version of our anthem sung by Gerald Smith, a former baseball player here at Montgomery College. And we are back to the field to Coach Justin. And he has just told us we're going to play some ball. We're just moments away now from what should be one of the best games of the regular season. These two teams have a history that goes way back. And earlier I asked MC head coach Dan Rasher what he expects out of the Hawks today.
We're always competitive with Hagerstown. It seems like every year they're 1 or 2 run games. Scott does a good job coaching. I noticed they've won a bunch of games so far, and they every year think that they're going to beat us, and you know we've got to play well to beat them. So usually they have a bunch of guys that can hit it out of the park. You know, I'm not sure if that's the same this year, but in the last 7 years they usually have some big, strong kids, and it's going to be a good game, and we're going to go after them, and I'm sure they'll go after us.
Well, Dan Rasher certainly set the scene for us today. He's expecting a close, hard-fought game between these two longtime rivals. And with the first pitch just moments away, let's take a look at the Hawks' batting order.
Well, you just can see right there, Eric Schausenbacher. We've heard from Coach Jennings that he is the man in this lineup, but he's also got a kid hitting behind him, and Dylan Dunn, the catcher's got 4 home runs, and Tyler Walters, another slugger on this team. So it's not just Schausenbacher; he's got some protection in that lineup.
And let's look at that MC defensive lineup that's going to try to hold down these high-scoring Hawks.
Jamison McGrain on the mound, and like you were saying earlier, Michael, he's an innings eater. And when teams in Maryland JUCO play this many double headers, it's extremely important that you got guys that go deep into ball games. And he leads the team with 4 complete games. So that's a huge thing for junior college baseball teams. And along the infield, he had DeFrank at shortstop, who struggled over the weekend a little bit in the field. We'll see if Matt DeFrank can really field the ball better at shortstop. And Max Heldman, we saw this weekend as well in the doubleheader sweep against Stevenson, that he's a heck of a ball player.
And let's not forget Big Jake Taylor at first, who saves many of the errant throws with that incredible wingspan of his. He's 6'4" and very athletic and very agile and light-footed over there at first base.
Absolutely. As a former infielder myself, I know that having a 6'4" first baseman is a blessing.
And there we see him right there in the center of our screen. So I tell you, Marcus, back to the ceremony, that was just an absolutely beautiful ceremony put on here by Montgomery College today in Duck Lee's honor.
And the sun came out just as we were having that ceremony. That's fantastic.
Boy, what timing. And I did not know about the banner. I think the banner is fantastic. I think it's going to be great to see that out on the wall there for years and years to come. I did not know about the T-shirt. With all the guys wearing the T-shirt in the pregame, I thought that was a really, really nice touch and something that Duck would have appreciated. I tell you the other reason, the other thing is that, Justin talked a lot about Duck's respect for the game, and one of the reasons that Dan Rasher, head coach Dan Rasher, chose this Hagerstown game for Duck Lead Day was because Hagerstown was one of the programs in Maryland JUCO that Duck had a lot of respect for.
And it was nice to see that the Hagerstown players were lined up, and it was a lengthy ceremony, as you know, and they were at attention, very, very in tune with what was going on. So that's just a show of a sign of respect, and it comes from their coach. Scott Jennings is one of the longtime coaches in Maryland JUCO. He's got 400 wins, and when you win 400 ball games, your players know that, and your players know what respect you bring to the diamond every day.
Yeah, having spoken to Scott Jennings earlier in the week, finding out about his team, I was not surprised at all to see the respectful way that they attended that ceremony, and a big tip of the hat to the Hagerstown Hawks for handling that. So we are just about ready now to get underway. Like you said, the sun has come out. It's turned into a real beautiful day. We were a little concerned about that weather in the early going, but it's really come around for us.
I think we might want to open these windows in a little bit, Michael. What do you say?
That'd be great. Be fine with me. I'm ready. So here we go. The Raptors are taking the field, and there's Jamison McGrain, number 9. And let's take a look at Jamison McGrain and some of his stats for the year. McGrain is ready to approach the mound. There he is. McGrain is a sophomore, and there you see his some of his stats anyway. He's 4-2 on the year, 3.56 ERA. 35 Ks, strikeouts. He's also the second winningest pitcher on the MC roster behind Jake Taylor. And he has the most innings pitched, and he has the most complete games.
He's got the most innings pitched by a large margin. And Coach Rasher was saying that his best pitch is a fastball. He's trying to work on his off-speed stuff like his curveball. But he'll go and he'll try to locate his fastball as best he can against these power hitters from Hagerstown.
And McGrain, his big moment, according to Dan Rasher, was last year in the World Series when the Raptors made their 6th trip in 7 years under Dan Rasher. He started the second game of the World Series. He did not win the game, but he came into his own in that game. He found his confidence. He started believing in his stuff and in his ability to get out big-time hitters.
Well, playing in the JUCO or the NJCAA Division III World Series in Tyler, Texas, in pretty much baseball country, that'll make you grow up real fast. And as a freshman, Coach Rasher must have loved to see that. You're throwing him right into the fire out there in the World Series, and that's just going to make this sophomore season of his even that much more effective. I mean, going out and pitching big games is going to be old hat for this guy.
All right, well, let's look at the pitching leaders for Montgomery College right now. As you can see, Jake Taylor on top with 7 wins, just won his 7th over the weekend against Frederick. J.P. Hoover, who we saw pitch on Sunday, he beat Stevenson for his 5th win. Now, Jamison McGrain, where we've talked about Colin Cox, who won his 3rd game on Sunday, and we are now ready for the first pitch of the game. And leadoff hitter for Hagerstown is Drew DeShong, shortstop. Here's the first pitch of the game. And that's a ball outside. Drew DeShong is hitting .303 on the season. Very productive leadoff hitter with 9 doubles, 30 runs batted in, and a .439 on-base percentage. So this guy's a tough out.
Yeah, he's hitting .300. You want to keep this guy off the base paths, and Coach Jennings says he's a strong kid. He's not a tall kid, but you can see he's spent a little time in the gym, so he's definitely got some gap power.
Well, I actually ran into him before the game. Ooh, there's a line drive right at the shortstop, Matt DeFrank, for out number 1. Didn't quite get all of that one. Hit it right to DeFrank. And that brings in the second hitter in their lineup, number 20. We take a look at that.
Yeah, Jameson got a little bit in on his hands off the skinny part of the bat.
Kind of jammed him. And that brings up Garrett Sprankle. He's the left fielder. And they have an all-freshman outfield in Hagerstown.
That'll make Coach Jennings happy for next year.
Actually, he told me he was quite pleased with them this year. He was a little surprised, but he's quite pleased. Ball outside.
There's Jameson's curveball. And Brasher was right. Jameson does have a nice fastball. He's keeping the ball down and away.
Sprankle's having a productive year as well. He's hitting .284 with 29 ribbies and a .349 on base average. Little trouble with the strikeouts, though. He's got 27 strikeouts for Hagerstown.
Yeah, they've got some guys in this lineup that are really knocking runs in.
They've scored a lot of runs. They have scored a lot of runs as a team. And 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Top of the first inning. And he fouls it off. Spoiled strike 3 there. Jamison McGrane put that ball right where he wanted it.
And they run a little bit, too. Sprankle comes in today with 16 stolen bases.
Yeah, they do run a lot. They actually run quite a bit more than Montgomery College does.
And the number
96 stolen bases.
Yeah, the numbers are telling us that Montgomery College likes to hit the ball over the fence this year.
There's another foul. That one's out of play onto Observation Boulevard. So, Sprankle. He's a Emmitsburg, Maryland native. Went to Catoctin High School.
Local kid.
Yep.
A lot of these kids probably have played against each other at Legion Ball and Summer Ball.
No doubt. McGrane's pitch, good pitch, but Sprankle stays alive.
That was a nice pitch. I don't know how he got the handle of the bat down on that pitch to foul it off and stay alive.
That was the same. That was the same kind of pitch that got DeShong out during his at bat. Hagerstown with a historically, there's that curveball. A little bit out of the strike zone.
Yeah, he stayed off it. It was a high break, and it didn't come down past the letters.
Full count, 3-2, 1 out, nobody on. Top of the first inning. Beautiful afternoon here at Montgomery College. There's a ground ball to second base. Hellman bobbles it, gets it. Oh, bad throw. He hurried the throw. He had plenty of time.
Yeah, he did. Max had plenty of time to gather himself, but he, like you said, he bobbled the ball when it first got to him. And being a second baseman, you do have an extra couple of seconds when you're that close to second or close to first base.
Plus, that ball got to him pretty quickly.
Did.
And that brings up the big guy, Eric Schazenbacher.
Yeah, this kid has a .593 on-base percentage, which is just unheard of.
His numbers across the board are eye-popping. He's got 57 hits, 14 doubles, 2 triples, 24 ribbies. He's only struck out 15 times all year in 135 at-bats. I mean, this kid is a tough out.
And 21 steals, so he's obviously a good athlete. And you could see it, Coach Jennings was talking about how he's going to be a 4-year player somewhere, probably at the higher levels, because he's a tall kid and he could definitely mature into his body.
Yeah, he told me he's getting a lot of attention, a lot of notice, a lot of inquiries from 4-year schools. I asked him, I said, what are some of the surprises this year? And he said, well, this guy, he said, I knew he was going to have a good year, but he said, I had no idea he would be having this kind of year. He's third baseman, big rangy kid. Looks like he could play almost any position on the field, except maybe behind the plate. And he jams him, fouls it off. The assistant coaches for Hagerstown are Brad Ahalt and Chad Seacrest. They're both Hagerstown alums, as is Scott Jennings, the head coach. Graduated from Hagerstown, then went to the University of Maryland. Played ball both places. There's a ground. And they throw it into center field. But Turlick in there quickly to back it up, so the runner does not advance. As Sprankle struck out.
McGrain really threw a nice fastball. It was a little bit up and in on him, but that had some nice heat on it from Jamison McGrain.
Well,
Blew it right by their slugger.
He can hit the high 80s. And this brings up more trouble now. This is Dylan Dunn, who is their cleanup hitter and their catcher.
And he leads the team in home runs, and he's the only one on the team right now that has home runs. So if anybody can put the ball out of the park for Hagerstown, it's Dylan Dunn.
And that is unusual for Hagerstown. They're known for their big long ball hitters.
And Coach Rasher was talking about they're usually loaded with a bunch of sluggers.
I talked to Scott Jennings, their head coach, about that, and he blamed their ballpark. He said, we play in a big ballpark. I thought to myself, well, you played in it last year and you hit a lot more home runs. But I mean, you can't argue with the results they're getting. They're hitting 291 as a team.
You're right, and on paper they're scoring a lot of runs. So whatever happens when you touch home plate, doesn't matter how you get there.
That's right. They've scored 256 runs as a team.
Although it's a lot nicer for guys like us when we can watch 420-foot home runs like we saw the other day out of Jake Taylor. And Greg Turlick hit a really nice shot to left center.
We may well see it again today. There's strike 3. He tags him out, and that is the end of our top half of the first inning. And we have no score after a half inning of play. And the Hawks are getting ready to take the field for the first time on defense. So let's take a look at their alignment. As they take the field, and Cooper Ayers will get the ball, and there we see their defensive alignment, Marcus.
I'm interested to see how Schausenbacher fields the ball at third base, because he's a really tall kid. You think about tall third basemen, guys like Scott Rowland, who are 6'4" or 6'5", but really athletic. It's not easy for a guy 6'4" to get down the line and try to barehand a ball and get a guy out at first base. I'm interested to see what kind of glove he has. And then the shortstop, Drew DeShong, looks like a player, and Dylan Dunn, the guy behind the plate today. Scott Jennings, the coach, said that he's a good defensive catcher.
So Cooper Ayers is he's really probably the number 5 starter on the Hagerstown team. He's a freshman out of Hanover, PA, another PA kid. DeLone Catholic High School out of Hanover.
Hagerstown is harvesting a lot of Pennsylvania kids, just looking up and down their roster.
Well, of course, they are very close to the Pennsylvania line.
Yep.
And I mean, there's places in Pennsylvania many places in Pennsylvania that are closer to Hagerstown than Frederick.
And you're right.
So,
and 2 nice minor league complexes, Frederick and Hagerstown. So, when you're in Hagerstown, there's no real mystery of what you want to do when you're playing sports in high school. You want to play for the Hagerstown Suns.
Yep, they have a nice facility up there, but so we'll be interested to see what Cooper Ayers has, and he's going to be facing the Montgomery College offense. Let's take a look at their lineup.
Well, leading off is Matt DeFrank. He's a good hitter, and Max Heldman is going to see a lot of good pitches because the secret is out on Jake Taylor, and Jake Taylor is one of the best hitters in the NJCAA right now. So Max Heldman is going to see a lot of fastballs. They're not going to want to put a guy on in front of a player who's got 11 home runs. And then in Turlick, who is playing center field, is a lefty batter, and he's going to see a lot of pitches because Travis Smith is hitting the ball so well. So your 2, 3, and 4 And then you have Travis Smith as your 5th batter, and that's a great center of the lineup, really the heart of the order for MC, and they've been able to hit the ball out of the park.
Yeah, they went through a bit of an offensive slowdown recently, but their numbers have really picked up of late. So here's Matt DeFrank. He is leading off. Here's first pitch, and he takes a strike. Matt DeFrank, a freshman shortstop out of Pilate High School, civil engineering major, and there you see his numbers on the year. He takes strike 2, big roundhouse curve from Cooper Ayers.
I know one thing about Cooper Ayers, little number 2 out there on the mound has a nice curveball.
And that's strike 3.
I was about to step out on both of those pitches, and they came right back.
And we're in the safety of the booth. That brings up number 11, Max Heldman, sophomore, second baseman out of Gaithersburg High School. Here's the pitch, ground ball in the hole. DeShong, long throw, and they got him. Close play.
Nice long throw, deep in the hole for DeShong. He had to step and he had to throw. And you plant and you make a strong throw. That's the name of the game when you're fielding the ball that deep in the hole.
And that brings up the big fella. There we see it. Boy, that was close.
Nice stretch at first.
That brings up Jake Taylor. See what he gets to hit here. Big curveball, didn't get down. What can you say about Jake Taylor, Marcus, that hasn't already been said?
Well, he likes to hit fastballs. We saw that the other day. I wonder what he's going to see from Ayers today. Maybe more off-speed stuff?
Well, he started him out off speed.
He did. And that one came in on the hands a bit. And when you're 6'4", they're going to want to keep the ball in on him, like we talked about this against Stevenson. When you get the ball out over the plate, and Jake even went down and got his 2 home runs on low pitches. He doesn't seem like he's one of those big guys that likes the high fastball. So once he gets his arm stretched, whether down low near his knees or outstretched out over the plate, then he's going to hit the ball far.
Yeah, when he gets those, and he just got hit.
Yeah, but that's a breaking ball. It's a lot different than we saw this weekend when he got hit right between the numbers because the kid didn't want to put him on first base with a base on balls. He wanted to hit him in the back. But that was a curveball that didn't have any bite coming out of his hands. You could see it coming right out of Ayers' hands. Had no bite.
All right, and that is going to bring up Turlick now.
But I'm sure Jake would like to get hit in the back with a 65-mile-an-hour curveball as opposed to an 88 or 90-mile-an-hour fastball.
And they just put somebody on in front of Greg Turlick, who has been a very productive hitter this year for Dan Rasher. Center fielder. He grounds it up the middle. Nice stop, and they get the force at second. Nice stop there by second baseman Zachary Matthews to get the force on Taylor at second to end our first inning, and after one complete, there's no score, and we shall be right back after a quick break.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College.
And welcome back for the top half of the second inning. And leading off for Hagerstown is number 14, Tyler Walter. And this kid is the first baseman and a very, very productive hitter.
44 runs batted in. That's making your at-bats count when you get runners in scoring position.
He's second in Maryland JUCO in RBIs with 44. And guess who is number 1 in Maryland JUCO in RBIs?
You can't ask me to guess, I know.
That would be Mr. Jake Taylor. And he's got 51. Walter was leading until the last week or so, and then Taylor just passed him in a rush. Had a very productive weekend. But Tyler Walter is another freshman. This is a freshman-heavy roster for Hagerstown. He's a strong kid. Scott Jennings says he is a clutch hitter, clutch RBI man. Of course, he's got nobody on right now leading off the inning, and he takes a walk. So that is McGreen's first walk of the game. And that brings up number 1, the center fielder, C.J. Owings. Again, Hagerstown with an all-freshman outfield.
And Walter has 15 stolen bases, so I'm sure Scott Jennings has the green light a lot, but he also has to have the green light with guys that can run.
I commented on that to him. I said, boy, you guys have a lot of stolen bases. And he said it's more situational running. It's not that they've got a green light. It's that they're smart base runners. They know when to run. They know when they can help the team by stealing a base, putting a runner in scoring position, keeping the pressure on the defense, that kind of thing.
And we saw Miles Leader in the first inning throw the ball into the dirt when he tried to get the runner going to second. Luckily, Turlick was Johnny on the spot with the backup, so maybe they see something as well, and Walter might have the green light.
Well, they're no doubt going to test Leader. He is not the starting catcher normally for Montgomery College. Normally Travis Smith is the starting catcher, but Travis is DHing today. Both of them have been hurt, but the concern here with Leader is that he's had a sore shoulder lately, which is really not something a catcher wants to have.
And that's what kept him out this past weekend. I actually overheard his family talking behind us here on the bench, saying they made the phone call, saying Miles isn't going to play today.
Because he was hurting.
He was hurting.
He's a tough kid, I'll tell you. He fractured his wrist over the summer playing summer ball, and then played about half the fall ball season for Montgomery College before the pain got too much, and he said, maybe I ought to have this thing looked at.
Well, you do know the first checkbox on the catcher application is, are you tough?
Yeah.
And there it is.
Well, he's a tough kid. Very nice young man. Enjoy talking to him. But he's going to have his work cut out for him today. There's a strike 3 right on the outside corner.
And McGreen really needed that after walking the first guy and going down in the count with the second batter he's faced in the second inning. But he came back strong, and he really painted the corner on that fastball.
Now that brings up the number 7 hitter, number 25, Devin Schaefer, the right fielder. Also does a little bit of pitching for Hagerstown. And he smacks one out into right field, and Coleman gets it. Got a chance to double him off first, and they double him off first. Joe Coleman with a heads-up play to double Tyler Walter off first. What a spectacular way to end the bottom half of the first inning. And there's Coleman. Look at that throw. Perfect.
And he's a little guy, and he threw every part of his body behind that throw coming from the left side. Nice play by Joe Coleman.
And a nice stretch there by Taylor. And, I want to continue along with our theme of Duck Lead Day here at Montgomery College. We're going to be showing you throughout the game some little video pieces that we have put together about Duck. Here's Raptors outfielder Greg Turlick talking about some of the lessons he learned from Duck Lee.
Coach Duckley taught us a lot about respecting the game and, carrying yourself with poise and just respecting everybody on and off the field. I think that's something that I'm also going to carry with the rest of my life.
Well, that's a beautiful thought there. And an 18, 19-year-old kid who can, I just asked him that question just off the cuff, not really expecting something, but it just kind of blew me away what he said.
And this is the first stop in the college life of these young guys. And Greg Turlick is a really good hitter, and he bats from the left side, and he's probably going to go to a 4-year school and play again. But to say that he's going to carry that, through other stages of his life, is really a testament to what Duck Lee brought to the ballpark, not just in between the bases, but off the field as well.
Yeah, he gave these kids so much more than just baseball knowledge. It's really something. This brings up Travis Smith, leading off the inning, playing DH today, one of the co-captains of the Raptors.
And Coach Lee was just a nice guy. I mean, we had to come out here for various communications things, whether it be coming out here to take pictures, and he was the nicest darn guy that you can meet out here.
Boy, I'll tell you, I loved talking baseball with Duck Lee. I mean, to talk to him about pitching was an education. It really was an education. I mean, the way he could break down what a pitcher's strengths and weaknesses and the things they were working on. And there's a shot up the middle, a little bouncer to the shortstop, Deshaun, over to the first base for the first out of the bottom of the second. So ground out to short for Travis Smith, and that brings up Nick Ponifala. We're going to take another look at that. Fairly routine play to to shortstop. And this is one of the Ponifala brothers. There are two Ponifalas on the MC team. This is Nick, and he's been getting a lot of time in at third base. 292 average, 13 ribbies, and 12 runs scored.
Ayers is starting everybody off with that big curveball. And the second pitch that Ponifala saw was also a breaking ball, but it was a little tighter. It almost looked like a slider. Not a fastball, but definitely not the big curveball that he's starting players off with.
And that's on the outside corner for a strike.
And that fastball actually backed up a little bit. Usually when you have the ball tail, and that ball is tailing on for Cooper Ayers.
Another curveball, strike three, just frozen.
Set it up with the fastball that was a little bit out over the plate. So your first impression when the next pitch comes, you're sort of leaning, seeing that ball over the plate. But then when the ball comes out of the pitcher's hands, it's coming right at your head. Locks you up in your shoes.
He was certainly locked up. And that brings up Miles Leader, who we were talking about earlier. Number 14. Miles is a sophomore out of Wheaton High School and wants to be, this is an interesting choice he's going to make. He either wants to be a teacher or a drummer.
Why not both?
Why not both?
Drum teacher?
Yeah. He could be the math teaching equivalent of John Bonham. And he nubs it down the third baseline. There's Schazenbacher, and he throws him out easily for the third out of the bottom of the second inning. So after two complete innings of play, we are scoreless here at Montgomery College. And again, I want to return to remembering Duck Lee on his special day. Here's Raptors co-captain Travis Smith with some thoughts about Coach Duck Lee.
Coach Rasher said, he's not all for, playing for him and dedicating seasons and that kind of stuff. And I agree with him. What he would want is for us to come to practice every day, do our best, come to the game every day, do everything that we possibly could to get better every single day. And I think if we do that, then we'd be making Zuck proud.
Again, I can't get over these kids' eloquence off the cuff. And respect for the game was so important to Duck, and I think it really trickled down to these guys.
Well, he really loved the game of baseball, and these guys saw that as soon as they come out here and they put on the Montgomery College uniform, they see that, and and they go in there and they play hard baseball, and they respect the game in the sense of you don't see them turning around yelling at the umpire. for getting a bad call, or you don't see them throwing their helmet or kicking the dust. You know, they're respectful guys, and of course that's Duck Lee, but that also is Coach Rasher as well, and it's the entire program, and it's no secret in Montgomery County that this is a top-notch baseball program, and it trickles down from Coach Lee to Coach Rasher down to the players.
Well, Coach Lee and Duck and Dan Rasher were a perfect complement for each other. And Duck had so much respect for Dan Rasher and was so happy to be here as his assistant coach. We're going to hear Duck talk about that in a little bit. But anyway, back to the action. We've got number 12, Jordan Nicewarner. He's leading off, and he's the DH today for Hagerstown. He's another freshman from Hagerstown, went to South Hagerstown High School. And there's the pitch. Nice pitch, right on the outside corner. So McGrain evens the count at 1-1. Nicewarner hitting 200 on the season. But despite that 200 batting average, he's got 25 ribbies.
They must get a lot of guys on base, because up and down the lineup, like you said, he's hitting 200. You know, but he's got himself some RBIs, so they're getting on base and they're running around the bases, as you see in the stolen base totals.
Got a handful of extra base hits. And again, he's another one of those freshmen for Scott Jennings' Hagerstown Hawks. Boy, the day has just turned out to be beautiful. We've got wispy clouds above, a lot of blue sky. There's a ground ball up the middle. Heldman fields it, throws to first for the out. So that is the first out of the inning. And that brings up number 23. And we're going to take another look at Nicewarner's ground out. Over the mound, Heldman takes his time that time.
Yeah, and Nicewarner only has one stolen base on the season, and you can tell he wasn't the fleetest of foot getting down the line, so Heldman had some time.
That brings up Zachary Matthews. He is the second baseman.
He made a great play to get out of what was a jam in the first inning, going into the hole and getting the ball to the second baseman to get the lead runner. But MC could have started a little rally there, but he ended up making a nice play. I'm a little partial to second baseman.
He takes a strike, and McGrain quickly ahead. No balls and 2 strikes. Matthews is a freshman out of Frederick. Went to Leesburg Christian High School. He wastes one on the outside corner. The pitches for Montgomery College are called by Dan Rasher from the dugout. You'll see leader look to the dugout before every pitch. And there's strike 3, swinging.
Nice pitch.
McGrain brought the heat on that one.
Yeah, and that fastball was dropping down as soon as it came out of McGrain's hand.
Oh, it had some nice bite to it. That's his 4th strikeout in the early going. And that brings up the leadoff hitter, Drew DeShong. He fouls it back. And McGrain quickly ahead. So McGrain seems to be settling in a little bit better in this inning. Maybe a little bit of nerves. These guys are not used to being on TV. I did talk to him before the game. He seemed pretty relaxed, but it would be natural to have a little bit of butterflies. And, of course, the fact that it's a special day here with Duck Lee Day, I think adds a little bit of emotion to all the Montgomery College players. And he got him swinging there, strike 2.
Rasher was right about McGrain in the sense that he really likes his fastball. He's not throwing a lot of off-speed stuff, but he's locating his fastball well. He's going inside, he's going outside, and he's keeping the ball low, too, which is another good thing. If you're a fastball pitcher, you better not get it up too high.
Good looking pitch.
Unless, of course, you throw 95 or 100, but I don't think Jameson's going to get there.
Now he hits the high 80s, and you can see on the side of his hat. You can't really see it. We'll talk about that in a second after we watch this pitch. Ooh, that was a good looking pitch.
Nice spot.
Did not give him the inside corner there. Jamison McGrain, he's a big kid, tall, rangy. And strike 3. And that is, wow, what an impressive inning there for Jamison McGrain as he shuts him down 1-2-3 in the top of the third. So after 2.5 innings, we are scoreless. And, you know, we've talked, Marcus, you and I have talked a lot about Dan Rasher and his success. But let's look at some of his career records here at Montgomery College as we see Dan there. Look at that string of championships, Region 20 championships since he started. We got one little aberration year, 2011. Let me tell you, that's the one that sticks in his craw.
Yeah, that runner-up doesn't look. It almost looks like a typo up there. And I know that our guys in the truck and our gals in the truck don't make typos like that. So yeah, you're right. He doesn't like to talk about the 2011, or he does like to talk about it, I guess you could say, because that's the one that's really gonna get to him. But they come out here and they want to win the region and they want to go to the World Series. The Maryland JUCO season is long and it's arduous, and they've got some great teams in Maryland JUCO, the Division I teams, the Division II teams, and he competes with them. And just because Montgomery College is Division III doesn't mean that they can't go up to Hartford or they can't play Cecil or Hagerstown and compete with these guys. So it doesn't matter that our Montgomery College guys aren't on scholarship. When you come to play for Dan Rasher, then you're going to come in, you're going to play good baseball, and you're going to compete with the best teams and the best players in the entire state of Maryland.
Well, let's take a quick look at his World Series record there, too. Particularly 2009, they came within just a run of winning the entire thing. But for little old Montgomery College to do that well in the World Series year after year, that's very, very impressive.
Yeah, and when you see those...
there's Matt Shook. Starts things out with a nice bunt down the third baseline, but good job there by Cooper Ayers to hop off the mound and get him out at first.
Nice play by Cooper Ayers. That was some nimble hops off the mound there. You're right. But Montgomery College, when they get to the World Series, they're there to win it every year. And you're right about the 2009. I thought they were going to bring it home in 2009.
Boy, they came close. They came close. Of course, that's their goal. Every year. The team slogan this year is 1 of 1. And I asked him, I said, what does that mean, 1 of 1? And it was actually Coach Andy Hoy came up with it. And he said, last year, he says, we were happy to be 1 of 8. We hadn't gone the year before. That was the one aberration year. So last year, we were kind of glad to be 1 of 8 and be there in the World Series. He said, this year, we want to be the last one standing. We want to be 1 of 1. So I thought that was pretty cool slogan. That's the team motto for this year. That brings up Joseph Coleman, who made the outstanding defensive play back in the second inning to double off the runner after catching the fly ball. And Little Joe, as we like to call him, he smacks one down the line. He's a freshman out of Magruder High School and journalism major. He's a
good-looking little player, and he did make a nice play out in right field. And for a guy who doesn't look like he's but 150 pounds, he's got a nice arm on him.
Yeah, he very heads-up player, very alert, and he hits one out into left field, and the left fielder ranges over and hauls it in for the second out of the inning. And that brings up the top of the order for Montgomery College.
Yeah, Garrett Sprankle in left field really had Coleman played well.
That brings up Matt DeFrank. He struck out looking his first time up. Actually took three straight strikes to open up the game. As Cooper Ayers' hook was really working.
He showed him the curveball.
He bounces it right back to Ayers for the third out of the inning. So we have played 3 complete. We got nothing but zeros on the board. And we are scoreless after 3 complete innings of play. And, talking about Duck Lee again, we keep coming back to that, but that is one of the main reasons that we're here today. Here's a great soundbite. I did a lot of interviews with Duck over the years, and here's one of my favorite interview pieces from an interview that I did with Duck just a few years ago.
My background is defensive, mainly pitching, and I'm there as a friend, sharing anything I know, all I know, and anything I know, any way I can. I'm more or less a morale booster. I even fix gloves and laces for all the players. Just anything I can do to help to bring teamwork and boost the morale.
That was classic Duck, Marcus. That's pretty much the essence of Duck.
I've actually seen a player walk in from the field with a busted glove and hand it to him right into the dugout. He knew right where to go. I didn't actually see how quickly Duck fixed that glove, but they knew right where to go, right to Duck Lee.
He would take him home at night, and in his own spare time at night, he'd fix the glove, and the next day they'd have a fixed glove.
I thought that was pretty cool.
And to talk about himself as a morale booster, which he was, but the guy was a baseball man. He was a pitching coach. He knew the game. So it's just amazing how humble he was, and I think we can all learn something from that.
And we've got a pitcher's duel for Duck Lee. We've got zeros on the board.
In his honor, he would appreciate this kind of game. And there is Sprankle, and he hits it a long way out in the gap, and that one's in there. Turlick bare hands it. Good throw in, and that's a leadoff double there for number 20, Garrett Sprankle.
Jamison got that fastball up, and that was right around his numbers, and out it went. It really, really was a nice shot to right center field.
Yep, he did get it up, and right over the fat part of the plate. And Turlick did a great job of running that ball down. I will say, I thought it was headed to the wall.
Turlick made it a close play at second.
All right, so we have a leadoff double, and that brings up the most fearsome hitter in their lineup, Aaron Schwarzenbacher. Schwarzenbacher with the amazing numbers, 422 batting average, 593 on base percentage.
And struck out in his first at-bat against Jamison McGrain. He'd like to get one here.
And he hasn't struck out that many times this year. He only has 15 strikeouts versus 36 walks. So he's got good knowledge of the strike zone, obviously. McGrain 1-1 on him. Leadoff double. Here in the top half of the 4th inning, scoreless. And he fouls it back. There's not much foul territory here around home plate, nor is there much foul territory down the left field line. Right field is a different story. There's an acre and a half of foul ground down the right field line. But everywhere else it's pretty cozy. They kind of shoehorned this ballpark into the top of a hill here. And there's a pop-up. Taylor in foul ground. And he's got it. So twice now he has figured out Schwarzenbacher.
And Taylor made a good play. He had to fight some sun there, but he's got the shades. And he fought it off. And was that a basket catch again? Was that...
I could not see it from my.
If that's another basket catch for Jake, he better not get too used to that, because I think Coach Rasher might have a thing to say about the basket catches. But hey, in the end, he caught it.
Here's Dylan Dunn, the cleanup hitter and catcher. He fouls one back. Boy, there's some heat there by McGrain. that one whacked off our booth here.
He's a pitcher who's got a lot of length, and he comes at you, and the ball shoots out of his hand and is on top of the batter quickly. So like you were saying, he's upper 80s, but the ball is kind of on the hands and in the batter's box really quickly because of Jamison's length.
That one gets away. That one gets away, and Deshawn will head to third. So now we have, Sprankle. So now we have Sprankle just 90 feet away with Dylan Dunn up, and he is there. Well, he's second on the team in RBIs with 40. So this is a bit of a ticklish situation here for Jamison McGrain. First real threat by Hagerstown.
And this is the guy that's hitting 312, so he can put the ball in play. So all he needs to do is get a ground ball to the right side of the infield or a fly ball, and they give their pitcher Ayers a 1-0 lead.
Montgomery College playing at normal depth, which you would expect. The key here is you may give up a run, but you sure don't want to give up a big inning.
And with them scoring this many runs this year from Hagerstown, they've had some big innings.
They're running out of baseballs here. The home plate umpire, joking a little bit with Jamison McGrain that he's almost out of baseballs. That's home plate umpire Daryl Powell.
Well, that's good. More foul balls. I mean, they're not getting around on this fastball very well.
That's true. Oh, we got around on that one. And he hits it a long way. Shook gathers it in, but the runner will tag up and score. Sprankle scores the first run of the game on a sacrifice fly by Dylan Dunn. So Hagerstown takes a 1-0 lead here in the top of the fourth.
Nice piece of hitting by Dylan Dunn. He got a curveball, and he turned on it.
McGrain knew it. Shook with the easy catch, but he was way out there.
The curveball came right down in his wheelhouse for the fly ball, and that's all he really wanted to do was get a fly ball, and he got it. Good piece of hitting by their catcher.
Bases are cleared now, and that brings up Tyler Walter. And he walked his first time up. And he hits it hard up the middle for a base hit. Oh! He did stop it. It was a great stop there by Max Heldman, but it's a base hit.
That was a nice dive into the hole by Max Heldman.
And we're going to take another look at that. I'm surprised he caught up with it. But again, wow, look at that. And he decided not to throw the ball away.
Yeah, he decided to eat it. I don't know how clean it was getting from the glove hand to the ball hand to force the runner at first.
Yeah, it looked like he was bobbling it a little bit, which is understandable after the dive. So we have a man on first, 2 outs here in the top of the fourth inning, 1 run in, and C.J. Owings is up for Hagerstown. Full name Charles, but he goes by C.J. He's another hometown kid out of Hagerstown. Went to North Hagerstown High School.
Jamison struck him out looking in the last time he faced him.
Nice pitch. Strike 1. That's 2 balls, 1 strike. Beautiful shot there of the field. Looking real good. Foul tip right into the glove of Leader. Owings fouls it back. Owings is hitting .268 on the season.
Jamison came in with the high heat, and Owings just staying alive.
Another one of those freshman outfielders. And my partner, Marcus Rosano, just pointed out that the first wasp of the season has entered the booth.
I hope that's not duties as assigned. Do I have to get up and kill that thing?
Well, there's probably, knowing this place, there's probably a wasp nest under this, up under this drop ceiling here. I wouldn't be surprised. You know, those wasps, they love baseball. And he lost him. So McGrain's having a bit of a struggle here in this inning. 2 on now, 2 outs. And that brings Schaefer up to bat, Devin Schaefer. The right fielder. Another Pennsylvania kid. Greencastle, Pennsylvania, went to, which is really right up the road, right up 81 from. And here comes Dan Rasher. He's going to have a little chat with Jamison McGrain, who was sailing along until this inning, and he's run into a little bit of difficulty here. So there'll be a conversation on the mound between Dan Rasher, who, since the passing of Duck Lee, has taken over the pitching coach duties, as well as, of course, being the head coach.
And Dan doesn't like bases on balls, as we were talking about this past weekend against Stevenson. One of the highlights for him so far this year has been that the team hasn't been giving the games away, whether it be from errors or throwing the ball over somebody's head, not hitting the cutoff man, or putting people on with a free pass. If they've been getting hit, they've been getting hit, you know, and that's a lot different than a base on balls because a kid's going to earn it. He's probably not very happy with Jamison walking a batter here, getting himself into a little bit of trouble. He might have just gone out there and said, hey, throw the ball at him. You know, throw the, not literally, but throw the ball down the plate and let these guys hit it to get on.
Well, you're in the bottom of part of the order here. You've gotten through the meat of it, and let your fielders do some work here. You don't have to put too fine a point on it with every pitch. So we had a shot earlier, a pretty nice crowd out here today to honor Duck Lee and watch a great baseball game between 2 of the finest teams in Maryland JUCO.
Hagerstown is no stranger to the World Series. Jennings has brought them to the NJCAA Division I World Series twice in his career at HCC.
And a couple of years ago, they finished 3rd in the nation. He's very proud of that, and he was telling me about the experience out there. He said the D1 World Series it's in Colorado, and Grand Junction, Colorado. He said it's a beautiful setting and a great event. Ooh, wow. I'm not sure where that one was, and neither is Jamison McGrain. He is asking the umpire, where exactly was that pitch? So now you got the sacks are full. And that brings up number 12, Nice Warner, who is the DH. And he grounded out to the second baseman the first time up, Max Heldman.
That's a really big spot for Jamison McGrain.
Boy, he does not want to give anything up here because he pops it up. And it does make its way out of play.
You mentioned that the Division I World Series is in Colorado. I cannot imagine having a college baseball field in Colorado, considering these aluminum bats can make the ball fly
in that thin air.
They should have 700-foot fences out there.
And Grand Junction is in there's not many unmountainous parts of Colorado, but it is in a mountainous area of Colorado. I know the state pretty well, and so yeah, I would imagine that's a big ballpark. I would hope it's a big ballpark.
And probably nicer weather than Tyler, Texas.
Yeah. There's no tumbleweeds blowing down the baselines.
It's like a little warm for our World Series.
Here's McGrain, pops him up, out into right field. Coleman battling the sun. He's in foul territory, and he hauls it in. So that is the end of our half inning, and after 3.5 innings of play, Hagerstown breaks through with the first run of the game to take a 1-run lead. And, we've been talking a lot about Dan Rasher and the impressive career he's had here at MC. But, you know, that's just numbers. And to find out what it's really like to play with this guy, I asked a few of the players.
He's awesome. I was looking for places to play out of high school, and I couldn't find anywhere. And he welcomed me, and I made the team. And he's been great. He does a great job here. He's been 6 of the last 7 times the World Series. He's done a phenomenal job, and I know he's going to do well when we're gone.
I love it. He's a great coach. He's out there. If you want to get better, he's going to work with you. And he's a type of coach where he's laid back, but he will get in your. He will let you know what to do, and he'll let it on you. And that's what I like.
I really like him. I mean, he's done so much for this program. You know, he's just a really good coach. He's fair. He expects a lot out of his guys, but that's the way it should be. So I really have enjoyed playing for him these past couple of years.
Well, I'll tell you, these guys are lucky to have a coach like Dan Rasher leading them.
He does it. It's a nice example because I think it was Jake Taylor talking about how he's not a yeller, but he will get in your face when he needs to. But he has a demeanor where you know when he's not happy. And he doesn't need to yell, he doesn't need to swear, he doesn't need to kick things. And coming from, and lately we've seen the crazy things that happened at Rutgers with their coach being dismissed. Some of that stuff was just out of this world, and it's almost the polar opposite for Dan Rasher. He doesn't need to kick around things and yell, and these guys know when, well, first of all, they know when they did something wrong, and he probably doesn't need to say anything to them.
Well, here's Max Heldman leading off. Max grounded out to the shortstop his first time up, almost beat it out, made it a very close play. And we are in the bottom half of the 4th inning now, and MC is still looking for their first hit.
Yeah, well, I was thinking fireworks coming into this game when we did that open. Good thing you talked about the pitchers, or we'd be a little bit surprised here.
Well, I've got to say that I'm a little surprised at Ayers, being that he's the number 5 starter. But again, Hagerstown is a great baseball program, and they are a D1 baseball program. And, you know, if we have a chance, we'll get into that a little bit more. But there's a big difference between D1 and D3, which is what Montgomery College is.
Very, very much so. And Cooper Ayers, I'd like to see their 1, 2, 3, and 4 if this guy's number 5. Because he's throwing the ball really well. He's not walking anybody, and he's got a nice curve ball, and he throws pretty hard too to change that up.
Well, this is his 2nd time through the order, so we'll see what happens. He's 3-1 to the leadoff hitter in the inning, Max Heldman.
Heldman might want to take another look at this 3-1 pitch just to get on in front of Taylor.
He takes it high, ball 4. So leadoff hitter walks. And of course, we know the percentages here, and that brings up Jake Taylor, who was hit by a pitch his first time up.
I'm interested to see Jake Taylor and his approach, and I know that Coach Rasher's talking about his plate discipline, and once he stops chasing bad pitches. I haven't seen him chase that many bad pitches, but I guess that is the one thing he needs to be better at.
Well, I guess everybody needs something to improve on. Aaron,
I
that's
guess you're
in
right.
the dirt. Nice stop there by Dunn to save a wild pitch.
But we saw him at Stevenson. Stevenson jumped out to a 1-0 lead, and he came back and hit one over the fence to make it 1-1. And he can hit the ball far.
And it can get out of here real fast. 1 ball, no strikes, takes high and outside.
That looks like good plate discipline to me. It was first pitch was in the dirt, and the next one was up around his numbers, thinking he would jump out at that thing and poke it down into right field.
His real power is low and outside. And Coach John Silk told me that's where his power is, because that's where he can really get his arms extended. And
yeah, nice pitch by Ayers. That thing came right in on Jake's hands. I think Jake might have been leaning a little bit over the plate, and that thing came in right on his hands.
He got his money's worth on that cut, too.
If you're going to make a perfect pitch to Jake Taylor, that's the one that you're going to make right there.
Yep, a little bit of a jam shot. We get a good look at that Cooper Ayers there. There's the pitch. Strike 2.
I saw him during batting practice hit one over the NJCAA Region 20 champions sign out in right center field. His power is really strong to center and to right center field.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Helbin on first. And he jams him again.
He came in with the curveball, and Jake bailed out just at the last second. He could bring the hands down and foul that off with the inside part of his bat. That's a nice piece of hitting by Jake Taylor.
To stay alive there. But obviously the book appears to be jam him.
You have to. And when his power is to right center field, that means he's getting those arms extended. But if he hangs a curveball to him, he can step out and poke it out to left field.
Way outside. Full count now to Jake Taylor. Bottom half of the 4th inning. Excellent ball game so far on a beautiful day in Montgomery County, Maryland.
Yeah, we can't ask for any more than this, huh? 1-0 game. Sun came out, got warm. The Hornet left. This is great.
Duck Lee Day. And Heldman dives back in safely. As Ayers showing a pretty good move.
Yeah, I think he surprised Heldman there a little bit.
Yeah, Heldman did not really have that big of a lead. And there's strike 3, the pitch. And he is safe at second base on the steal, but he does strike out. So that's 1 out, but Heldman steals second base. We're going to take a look at that. Yeah. Went right through it. Took a little bit off of it.
He went right through it. I'm not sure what that was. It wasn't a straight fastball, like you said. He took something off it, but it wasn't the curveball.
I would say not a great throw there from Dunn. That's the 5th stolen base of the year for Max Heldman. That puts him in scoring position for Greg Turlick, who flew out to center field his first time up. Turlick, a sophomore out of Quince Orchard High School.
We saw his power against Stevenson with a long home run to left center field.
Been a very productive hitter for Montgomery College this year. He rips one to first base, and a double Heldman off second as he strayed just a bit. That's all it took as first baseman Tyler Walter whipped it down to second for the double play to end the 4th inning. And after 4 complete innings of play, Montgomery College trailing 1-0 against Hagerstown. And you know, I want to go back to Duck Lee again. It is Duck Lee Day here at Montgomery College. I want to go back to another interview I did with Duck just a few years ago. Once again, here's Coach Duck Lee.
I enjoy this very much, and I would like to give a lot of credit to Coach Rasher, who was new last year, and he was nice enough to take me in as one of his assistants. I think he first builds a strong ties with his assistants, and form a credible inner circle. And he's open-minded and welcome all the comments. Some that agrees with his and some don't. And then come up with consensus and then spread that on down to the rest of the team.
Well, once again, that's a classic Duck soundbite. He's talking about, first of all, how happy he is to be part of the inner circle of assistants. And Dan has a great inner circle. There's Justin Che before, who, of course, led the ceremony at the beginning of the game. He's the assistant coach and sort of like the operations manager.
Justin does everything.
Right. Here is John Silk. John has been with Dan Rasher ever since he started here. John is the first base coach. He's the hitting coach. He's the outfield coach. He does a little bit of everything for Dan Rasher. And is also the hitting coach. I think I may have left that off his resume as well. And John is really the right-hand man. He's the assistant head coach. And that is Andy Hoy there. Andy Hoy is the bench coach, kind of runs the Andy Hoy runs the bench for Dan Rasher. And then the fourth coach, who we're still looking for, is Bob O'Connor. We'll get a shot of Bob later, but there's Bob O'Connor. Bob is the defensive coach. He is also a former MC Rockville coach back when we weren't in the Unified One College and we had more than one baseball team. He was head coach at MC Rockville for a while. And here's a little piece of trivia. He played for Montgomery College Germantown 30 years ago under Curling, Jack Curling.
Wow, and Jack Curling was a great pitcher.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he struck out 21 guys in one game for Montgomery College.
So Coach Dan Rasher, there's a fly ball out to center field. Turlick on the run. He hauls it in right at the fence. Wow. Zachary Matthews gave that one a ride.
He did, and Turlick went up that little bit of a hill that we have out there, almost like the Houston Astros ballpark where they start running up a hill to catch a ball before it hits against the wall. But right there underneath the NJCAA sign, nice grab to keep on his horse for Greg Turlick.
Yep, all the way to the wall. So that's the first out of the inning. That's what they call a loud out. And that brings up the leadoff hitter, number 4, Drew DeShong. He lined to short, and he struck out looking. So he's 0 for 2 on the day. Of course, there haven't been many hits. And there's a oh man, Max Heldman gave it a try. I thought he had it there for a second. He almost picked that ball off. But it's a base hit to right field for DeShong. That's his first hit of the game.
Yeah, that was a nice piece of hitting for Drew DeShong.
I want to go back to Duck for just a second, and what he was talking about there is the teamwork of the coaches. Teamwork to Duck was not just about the players on the field. The whole aspect of everything was teamwork to him.
And it's you can think about it at the professional sense when a new franchise hires a new coach. You always hear on ESPN, oh, that he's bringing his whole coaching staff. Well, there's a reason why that he's bringing his whole coaching staff. It's because they have a chemistry, and that's not just on ESPN. That's here. That's at the junior college level. That's at the baseball level, and it's almost like a family atmosphere. And Coach Rasher has his guys. And Coach Lee, obviously, was one of his guys, and Coach Hoy and Coach O'Connor, Coach Silk, obviously, and this is a family atmosphere out here.
Well, I'll tell you, and Duck loved that about it. There's a ground ball to second base, has to go to first with it, and he does for out number 2. That was number 20, Garrett Sprankle, who had reached on an error and doubled and scored his first 2 times up. So we've got 2 outs now.
Nice to see Matt DeFrank gobble up that ground ball at short.
No problem. Got the sure out. And that brings up Schwarzenbacher, who is 0 for 2 so far. They have figured him out up to this point. Uh-oh, gets away from leader.
I actually think that DeShong was off and running on that pitch. The reason why DeFrank didn't go to second base for that. Smart call by Scott Jennings. A little bit of a hit and run going on there.
Ball rolled away just a few feet, and with DeShong on the move, he cruised into third base. So that puts him 90 feet away with the best hitter on the team up the bat, Eric Schwarzenbacher. He's another Pennsylvania kid out of Greencastle Antrim High School.
So far, McGrain has had the advantage on Schwarzenbacher.
He's 0 for 2, jams him, and he fouls it back. 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. Hagerstown leading 1-0.
I don't know if Jameson knows anything, or Dan probably, Coach Rasher probably knows about how good this kid is. But Jameson seems to really have an idea of what he's doing up against this big hitter.
Got a game plan. His ground ball to third. Fields it. Panafala, good strong throw for the third out. So, at the end of 5.5 innings of play, the Hagerstown Hawks are leading 1-0. And we're, we've been taught. We saw that graphic earlier about Dan Rasher and all those Region 20 championships. And boy, when you look at that graphic, it's no wonder everybody in Region 20 wants to beat him because, my goodness, he's won 6 out of 7 since he's been here. He and I sat down earlier last week, and I asked him, I said, Dan, you going to make it 7 out of 8? Well, let's hear what he had to say.
We need to get back healthy and start and play good baseball because the region tournament's not going to be a walk in the park. I wish it was, but it's not going to be. Westmoreland and CC South, we played them. We haven't played Prince George's yet, but those teams are very competitive. They want to beat us bad, and I'm just happy we're playing here, and our guys are going to be ready for it. So.
And coming up May 10th through the 12th, Montgomery College is going to be hosting the Region 20 baseball tournament right here on this field. The winner heading to the NJCAA World Series in Texas. MC is going to compete against Prince George's Community College, the Community College of Allegheny County South, CCAC Boys, and Westmoreland Community College. And here's something special to mark on your calendars. If MC advances to the championship game, MCTV will be right here airing the game. We'll be here to call all the action and find out who heads to the World Series. Again, that's the Region 20 Championship Tournament right here at Montgomery College, May 10th through the 12th. So we are excited about that, Marcus.
And by the time MC gets to the region, they are really, really seasoned against playing good baseball teams. And it seems even in the other sports, like basketball, when they get to the region, they own the region because they are the premier program in Region 20, and we're not just saying that because we work here; it's a fact.
But they are going to have they're going to have some tough competition this year. CCAC South in particular. Travis Smith up now. He's DHing today. One of the co-captains for Montgomery College. He grounded out his first time up. This is one of the most intelligent guys on the team. Boy, this guy's a pleasure to talk to, Marcus.
Yeah, he's a well-spoken young man, and seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. And it's funny, when you were asking him the questions, Travis was thinking about his answers, and it's nice to see.
Yeah, he already has a scholarship offer for next year as he rips one down the line. He's going for 2, and he holds up. He holds up. Base hit for Travis Smith, and that is the first hit of the game for Montgomery College.
And that's a good way to start this inning off.
He ripped it, got around on it.
Panafala made a nice play on that grounder to end that inning off of Schazenbacher, which was a big play. He kind of grabbed it in his glove, didn't realize it, but since it was a hard shot, he had time to get it over to first.
He struck out his first time up. Ayers has 3 strikeouts on the day so far. So this is an opportunity for Panafala, who's been one of those guys that has gotten some playing time because of the injuries and has earned his way into the lineup on a pretty much everyday basis. He's a freshman playing the hot corner there at third. He and his brother both went to Paint Branch High School.
And doesn't look like Rasher wants to move him over via the bunt either. Move the runner over.
There's a ground to third. Good play by Schazenbacher. Uh-oh, and they turn 2.
Schazenbacher came up clean with the pick at third base. It's a perfect double play ball. Made the nice play to second base, and the turn to first got Panafala with plenty of time.
Well, that was a major league play there at third.
Yeah, that was a nice pick.
Yeah, very well handled. That brings up Miles Leader. He grounded out to Mr. Schazenbacher the first time up. He takes it high and inside for a ball. So after a leadoff single by Travis Smith, he's erased on the double play ball. So we have 2 outs now in the bottom of the 5th, and Hagerstown holding on to a 1-0 lead. Miles Leader played his high school ball at Wheaton High School. Actually, he was a teammate of Carlos Santana. Carlos, one of the tri-captains for Montgomery College, who unfortunately, there's Carlos, suffered a broken wrist a couple of weeks ago, diving for a ball in the outfield.
He's one of the heart and soul guys of this ball club for Dan Rasher and the Raptors. He really loves his work ethic. Has really turned into a really good baseball player, Carlos Santana has.
Yeah, there's a special place in Dan's book for Carlos Santana. He said this is a kid who came out of a program that it's not a great program in Montgomery County, not to disparage Wheaton at all, but Carlos just has worked so hard to make himself into a great baseball player. He was the leadoff hitter for the team, the quintessential leadoff hitter. He would had a great on-base percentage, great fielder, a real leader on and off the field, and to lose him, he probably may well not play the rest of the season, still wearing the cast. And Miles Leader strikes out to end the 5th inning. So after 5 complete innings of play, Hagerstown on top, 1-0. And Marcus, we just a couple of minutes ago we talked about Bob O'Connor being the head coach of Montgomery College Rockville, and that's back when we had 2 baseball teams, we had 2 basketball teams. But just a couple of months ago, well, actually several months ago now, Montgomery College went to the unified one college approach. The entire college is unified as one, and that also means we just have one team per sport now. All the campuses are unified, so no more Knights and Falcons and Griffins. So a couple of weeks ago, I was out here, talked to some of the players about the one college move. I wanted to get their ideas on what they thought of it.
I like it. This year we had over 60 guys try out, so that's a record.
We had all the talent combined as one, so it's just so much more competitive now, and guys pushing each other a lot. And I like it because it's making the team much better.
And that was Carlos Santana that we just heard about, whom we were just speaking about. Anyway, it seems like the players are real happy with this one college move, Marcus.
And the uniforms are great, too. We had the green Griffins here. We had the Rockville Knights, burgundy and gold. But even more so from the superficial, the uniform aspect, it's that the folks like the students and the staff and the community are going to be able to rally around one sports team, one college. I know it sounds cliche at this point, but it's a fact. When we had Germantown playing Rockville, it just felt strange that you had Montgomery College playing each other. It just wasn't. It didn't feel right. And we'd like to get more people out at our basketball games, at our soccer games, and at our baseball games. And it's going to be easier with this one college approach.
Well, one of the things that because I asked Dan Rasher the same question, and Dan told me, he says it's real nice that everybody in the college roots for the same team now, and leave it to Dan to distill something down to its essence, but that's so true. It's so true. I think it has helped build school spirit, that's for sure. There's a ground ball to short by Dylan Dunn. Long throw over for the first out of the inning.
Nice play by Matt DeFrank at shortstop. He really, instead of going to the backhand with the ball a little bit in the hole, he had time to get his body in front of it and just make a straight, strong throw across the diamond for the out.
And that was the 3rd time up for Dunn, and he is yet to get on base.
I'll always remember a couple of years ago, our basketball team in Rockville hosted the region championship. Actually, it was the district championship. And a team from Davidson, North Carolina came up to the Rockville gym, and it was unbelievable how many fans and buses that Davidson had from North Carolina in our gym. And it's probably the only game in town in North Carolina, their basketball team, but it was just it was impressive. They had their own mascot in our gym running around on a Saturday morning. It's like, wow, that's amazing. And it was a community college. And, you know, people will, you know, laugh at the fact that, oh, they had that many people at a community college. Well, they did, you know, and it was great to see. And it really shows that it can happen. And even though this is a commuter school, it'll help a lot when everybody can root for the same team.
I couldn't agree more. And we've got Tyler Waller up here now. He has been on base both times today. He walked his first time up, singled his second time up. So McGrain has yet to solve Tyler Waller, who, of course, is one of the outstanding hitters for Hagerstown. And he just took strike 3 on the outside corner. So as soon as I said he hadn't solved him, he strikes him out looking.
6 strikeout for Jamison McGrain, and he really painted the outside corner on that pitch to a very dangerous hitter, as we've seen.
And that brings up number 1, Charles Owings, the center fielder. He is struck out and walked his first 2 times up. Of course, part of the issue with that 1 inning and that 1 run that we have were a couple of walks issued by McGrain. But he is settled right back down and looked very strong this inning. Got the first 2 guys out, both of them tough outs. But Owings is up now.
And if we keep this game at 1-0, that means that Coach Jennings might actually bring out his heralded closer, Dylan Eiler, to see if he can shut the Raptors out. But hey, there are some fireworks unlit right now in that Raptors dugout, but they can still happen.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of baseball left. We're only in the top of the 6th. Of course, we will be playing 9 innings today. At the 2-year college level, when you play a doubleheader, you play 2 7-inning games, but a single game is a full 9 innings. So we've got a long way to go. And Jamison McGrain looking real strong this inning. There's a strike.
Nice fast strike. He needed that one at 3-0.
The pitch in the dirt, lost him. So he gets the first 2 runners and then first 2 hitters and then walks Owings.
Well, Owings has shown a good eye today. That's his 2nd walk of the ball game.
That brings up number 25, Devin Schaefer. He's 1 for. Oh, I'm sorry. He's 0 for 1. He flied out to right and he walked. Another freshman. Freshman heavy roster here for Scott Jennings. He takes strike 1. Boy, all the clouds have departed. It is absolutely gorgeous here. Picture perfect day as McGrain tosses it over to first. That's just sort of a wake-up call to C.J. Owings. There's the pitch, and he fouls it back. So McGrain ahead in the count. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and Owings on first for Hagerstown. Peter sets up way out there. The attempted steal. And he's in there.
Owings got a really good jump on that pitch, and the catcher, Miles Leader, was set up outside, and it looked like a curveball from our pitcher here. Yeah.
A fastball might have gotten him.
Yeah. And he got a good jump and a curveball, even though they were set up outside. They may have known that he was going to go on that pitch.
That's what I'm thinking because of the way that that Leader set
Miles
up on
Leader
the outside.
Yeah, he jumped out. It almost looked like a pseudo pitch out, if you would.
Yeah, it almost was. Anyway, that puts Owings in scoring position.
And this seems to be where Hagerstown is best, with runners in scoring position.
2 balls, 2 outs, 2 strikes.
Don't give it to him.
And for Owings, that is his 4th stolen base of the season. Again, Hagerstown runs a lot, but they run in situations.
And that was a nice situation to run.
Perfect situation. And he loses him. Loses Schaefer. And that'll bring up the DH, Nice Warner. So we've got men on first and second now. He's 0 for 2. He's grounded to second, and he fouled out to right field. Coleman making a nice play on that foul ball. So McGrain has walked himself into a bit of a situation. I'm sure Dan Rasher's thinking we should be back on the bench now getting ready to hit.
Well, he's got 4 complete games, so I'm not sure if we should be too worried about Jamison running out of gas right now. I mean, he's thrown a few pitches. We don't have a pitch count on him right now. But he's gotten in trouble in a couple innings, but he's gotten in trouble via the walk. But with four complete games and you're in the 6th, and you're probably not running out of gas yet, but I don't know how long Dan will wait to get somebody up in the bullpen.
It's a tight game. You certainly do not want to give up another run here. That is for sure. As the hits for Montgomery College have been few and far between to this point. Of course, again, we don't know how much gas is left in Cooper Ayers' tank either. Right. For Hagerstown. He, looking at his stats, there's a strike.
Beautiful.
He's only thrown 8 innings this year.
So Cooper Ayers has only thrown 8 innings, so you don't know how long his leash is out there.
No, you don't. So he is probably by definition what we'd call a spot starter.
Well, Jamison's 1 pitch away from really getting himself into a pretty bad jam here with the bases loaded in the 6th.
Boy, that's for sure. He does not want to lose this guy.
He doesn't want to load him up.
Here's the pitch. Struck him out. So he comes back to get the strikeout to end the top half of the 6th inning. Big strikeout.
And not happy about walking the batters, but he's got to be satisfied with getting a hard outside fastball, and he blew it right by Nice Warner.
Boy, he had some extra mustard on that one. You know, Marcus, while we have some time here between innings, I want to go back to my recent visit with the players. You know, this is a great group of guys, and I knew I'd get some great answers if I asked them, what do you like most about playing baseball at Montgomery College?
Definitely the team. You know, it's a fun group of guys. You know, probably the most fun team I've ever been on. You know, it's pretty loose, but it's also the college baseball experience. It's a lot different than high school. It's a lot more competitive, and I like that too.
I just love the group of guys that we have. You know, it's a fun group. Great coaches too. Great program. You know, I've had so many good opportunities being able to go to Florida and Texas and just to play some really good competition. So I've really enjoyed my time here.
Well, I got to tell you, it's pretty universal it is universal when you talk to this team. They love playing ball at Montgomery College.
And fellas, if you guys are watching this broadcast, enjoy this time. It is absolutely the time of your lives. If you're fortunate enough to play baseball at the next level, it'll also be a great time. But enjoy it and be a college student and be a college baseball player, because you're being afforded an opportunity here that not many of us, myself included, were afforded. So enjoy it and hey, have a good time. If you win the region, go to the World Series.
Yeah, make the most of it. Well, here's Matt Shook leading off. He tried to bunt his way on last time, but Schwarzenbacher made a really nice play. Actually, it was the pitcher.
Yeah, Cooper Ayers popped off the mound.
Who jumped off the mound to make the nice play to throw him out without too much trouble. Very athletic play. So we saw Matt Shook play over the weekend. He had a real nice doubleheader against Stevenson and earned himself some more playing time. But you know as well as I do, Dan Rasher wants this guy on base. There's a ground ball to short. DeShong to first, routine.
DeShong has a very strong arm from shortstop.
The difference in the game right now is a few walks, and Hagerstown's making the plays. That brings up Joe Coleman.
There hasn't been many games this year where it's been in the 6th inning and MC has only had 1 hit.
Joe Coleman flied out to left field his first time up. Hit it pretty well, but they had him played well, so he went down. He's a freshman out of Magruder High School.
And Joe Coleman does the little bit of a Michael Morse. He picks it from the left side. Michael Morse picks up the left leg, and Joe Coleman picks up the right leg and does that little bit of a stance, even though Michael Morse and Joe Coleman are about 5 feet in difference of height.
And there's a well-hit ball out to left field, but it's gathered in by the left fielder Sprankle for the second out of the game. Or, I'm sorry, second out of the inning. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hagerstown on top in a tightly played ball game, 1-0. We did say in the open that traditionally these games have been tight, and so far, this one's right there. That brings up DeFrank. He's 0 for 2.
See if Matt DeFrank can find a hole in the infield here. He's got 4 stolen bases this year, so this is a guy you might want to get on so he can do a little running.
Montgomery College with just 1 hit so far. That by Travis Smith last inning. And he was erased on a double play. So, you know, it's interesting watching Hagerstown making these plays. When I asked Coach Jennings, what do you think your #1 weakness is, he said defense. There's a shot out into right field, and that's the second hit of the day for Montgomery College. As Matt DeFrank gets a 2-out single into right center, and that brings up Max Heldman.
No, you're
Let's
right.
take a look at it.
Jennings was talking about his team's defense. Nice hit by Matt DeFrank. Doing exactly what you need to do is just poke it out into right center field. Doesn't matter how high or hard it goes. It's a guy on first base. Down 1 run.
He is a threat to steal. He's got 4 steals on the season, and they must know that. That was a pretty good pickoff move there by Cooper Ayers.
That was a deceptive move where I think Ayers sort of walked over to the mound, was just about getting ready to get into his stretch, and he threw over very quickly. Might have caught Matt taking that extra leaning step.
Brings up Max Heldman. He's 0 for 1. He does have a walk on the day. Walked to lead off his last time up. And he hits it off the fist out into right field. It might fall, and it does. And it gets by the right fielder. Here comes DeFrank. Here comes the throw. Here comes DeFrank. He hits the dirt. He called him out. He called him out. Matt DeFrank thinks otherwise, but
Let's look at the left hand. Because Matt tried to slide around the tag.
here we go. There's the blooper, which did fall. It got past the right fielder. He got it into the cutoff man, and I do believe he was out.
It was very close. And in my opinion, the best view in the whole park was that of the umpire.
Yeah.
He was right there in perfect position to make that call. Very, very close. And Matt, with the slide, kicked up a bunch of dust. So the armchair umpires back here, like me, I thought as well that he was safe. Not so sure after seeing that nice replay.
Jake Taylor was right there. He thought he was safe. He signaled safe. But the one who matters is the guy wearing the dark blue.
That is true.
And he called him out. So there's Montgomery College's opportunity so far. We've got a new pitcher on the hill now for Montgomery College. Number 26, John Maloney, has replaced Jamison McGrain. Let's tell you a little bit about number 26, John Maloney. He is a freshman out of Pallotti High School. And on the season, he's appeared in 14 games, 27 innings pitched. He's got an ERA of 4.67. So John Maloney replaces Jamison McGrain, who gave everything he had in 6 strong. Had 7 strikeouts, just gave up the 1 run, was hurt a little bit by the walk, and I think threw a fair amount of pitches. We don't have a pitch count, but he threw quite a few pitches in his 6 innings. So I'm thinking that is probably the reason for Maloney coming in.
But you got to hand it to Jamison McGrain. He kept MC in the game. That's a team on the other side of the field there that scores a lot of runs, and it's 1-0. And we're going into we're in the 7th inning right now. So he pitched 6 innings. He gave up 1 run to a Division I NJCAA team, and that's not bad at all. So hard luck, I guess you could say, for Jamison McGrain today.
Well, here's Zachary Matthews. He's 0 for 2. He has struck out, fly to center. He grounds it to Nick Ponifala, who gets the routine play at first. And while we saw Matthews up there, Matthews, of course, made the relay throw in from the outfield that got Matt DeFrank at home plate.
Yeah, and to go back to that play, as we see Ponifala make a nice, strong throw over to Jake Taylor at first base to get the leadoff guy. DeFrank was thrown out, and Dan Rasher sent DeFrank. I mean, there was 2 outs. You don't want to leave that guy sitting there, so take a chance, and that's what Dan Rasher did. He had the go, go, go sign all the way, and he gave it a shot.
He gave it a shot, and in a tight ball game like this, I think that's a gamble you got to take. DeFrank runs well, and it really took a perfect relay throw to get him at the plate.
It did. They made them make the plays, and Scott Jennings was talking about his team was struggling, I guess, a bit defensively all year, but that was a nice play. Sure, he booted the ball out in right field, but the turn was great, and the tag was excellent.
Well, here is he grounds it right back to Maloney. Should be a routine play, and it is. That was Drew DeShong, who was 1 for 3 on the day. He's now 1 for 4. And that brings up number 20, Garrett Sprankle.
Well, this fastball got in on the hands really quickly on DeShong.
Easy play there. Sprankle has been a thorn in the side of Montgomery College today. He's 2 for 3, and he's also made a couple of nice plays in the outfield. He pops it up out into right. Coleman over. And he catches it in foul ground for out number 3. So a real nice inning there for number 26, John Maloney. And after 6.5 innings of play, Hagerstown is leading 1-0. And, we've talked a lot about the players and their experience of playing baseball at college. I also asked him, I said, what have you learned since you've been on a team? And I wasn't so much after baseball stuff. I was sort of after life stuff. What kind of life lessons have you learned? So we got some real interesting responses. Let's hear what they had to say.
Really weighing the time of school, baseball, and social life, because baseball here, it's every day, it's hours long. You really got to manage your time well with that in school, and that's probably been one of the major things it's taught me.
Just never take a day off and hard work, Playing baseball here, at high school, maybe you could take 1 day off and it probably wouldn't affect you, but playing here has taught me to never take a day off, always go hard, and just hard work.
Well, those are some great lessons that they've learned, and that's the beauty of being on a team. It's not just about the sport. You spend so much time together, and with the coaches, you really learn a lot of neat stuff.
I had to laugh at Russell Renfro talking about social life. Something tells me between say the beginning of March and towards the end of May, social life isn't all that fun for these guys. It's baseball and it's school. And hey, you know what? They're playing college baseball, so I'm sure they'll sacrifice a couple of months of the social life to be out here on a beautiful afternoon playing for their college.
Well, they're doing what they love, and they're learning a lot of great stuff along the way. And here's our leadoff hitter, Jake Taylor. He's 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch first time up, struck out swinging his second time up. And we still have number 2 Ayers out there on the hill. He's got 4 strikeouts. Cooper Ayers has impressed me.
And he started off Jake Taylor with a big looping curveball that didn't really cut down enough to get into the strike zone.
And there's another big looping curveball.
There's the same pitch. I'm interested to see if he wants to throw him a fastball here. He's got a 2-0 count. It's a 1-run game, and sure, you don't want Jake Taylor to hit the ball 450 feet, so you guess you got to choose your battles.
That was low. Taylor did go after it.
He got the fastball on that pitch. Nice pitch, keeping it down enough so that Taylor had a little bit of a hard time getting to it. But he started off with 2 very slow curveballs. So initially, in his mind, that ball's coming out of his hand at his head when the ball curves, and then he sets it up with a hard fastball down at the knees. Good piece of pitching.
Here's the pitch to Taylor. And he pops it up down the left field line, and he got it. As Sprankle, he got it. He just didn't get all of it.
Well, I think that would have been a ground rule double in the Tropicana Dome because that would have been right off the top of the roof. That was a high fly ball.
And that brings up Turlick. He's was on a fielder's choice, and he lined out to first, which was the front end of a double play. And he hits one into the gap in right center field. It hits the wall. Takes it a nice carom for Hagerstown. They were able to get it back quickly. And Greg Turlick just lined one out there. Got the bat head out and gave it a ride.
Well, you got to give it to, at a point, you got to give it to Cooper Ayers for getting the most dangerous hitter in NJCAA Division III right now out in Jake Taylor, because this game would have been tied if he had put him on first base. And Greg Turlick really launched that ball into right center field.
All right, that brings up Travis Smith, who had a hard single down the left field line his first time up. So, and our scoreboard, we just noticed, has gone out. So
I can remember 1-0.
Yeah, I can too.
Okay.
It's kind of nice to know. It's kind of a nice cheat sheet out there in right center, that scoreboard. But right now, it's it's a little dark.
I wrote it down for us.
Here's Travis Smith. And that's high. Luckily, in the truck, we have the one and only Francine Wyron, who is keeping track of our scores and our she's keeping track of all the stats for us, putting up those beautiful graphics.
I was going to say, that looked like Travis Smith, not Francine Wyron.
And there's a strike.
Nice.
And the scoreboard has made a reappearance. Yay!
Nice,
balls,
nice
one
pitch
strike.
by Ayers jumping back into this count. He was down 2-0.
Travis Smith with an RBI opportunity. There's the pitch. Takes it inside. Travis Smith has already accepted a scholarship to Anderson University in South Carolina, and he's going to be a kinesiology major. And he hits it, pops it up out into center field. Turlick tags up, but it's not going to be deep enough, as he got under it just a little bit. Had a good swing on it, just got under it a little bit. So Nick Ponifala now. It's up to Nick Ponifala.
Yeah, Travis just missed that ball. A little bit up, a little bit close to the numbers, so he couldn't quite get on top of that ball to hit a line drive.
And that brings up Nick Ponifala, who has struck out looking and also grounded into a double play, so he is due. Two outs. Curveball. That
Nice.
curve is...
Nice curveball. Still working for Cooper Ayers.
No, and there is zero action in the Hagerstown bullpen, so makes one thing that think that if he gets through the 7th, he'll come back out for the 8th, Cooper Ayers. Curveball this time did not catch the corner. He definitely relies on the curveball and the breaking stuff, but every now and then he sneaks that fastball in there.
This guy's arm has to be in incredible shape because he's thrown a lot of curveballs.
That's low.
Good eye by Panafala to stay off that. The Hagerstown bench wanted the umpire to ring that one up for a strike.
2 balls, 1 strike. 2 outs. Greg Turlick, who doubled on second base. Panafala steps out. Got a little cat and mouse game going here. Turlick taking his lead, but second baseman second baseman Zachary Matthews sneaking in and out. Ayers looks at him. Panafala holds up. And that runs the count to 3-1. Big moment here, top of the 7th inning. Bottom of the 7th inning. 2 outs. Montgomery College with a little bit of a threat.
Panafala's going to get a good pitch here at 3-1.
Ooh, he just missed it. He just missed it. That was a hittable pitch.
Yes, it was.
Nick Panafala. One of the 2 Panafala. There's a ground ball into the left field for a base hit. Here comes Turlick. The ball gets past Sprankle. Turlick scores the tying run, and Panafala cruises into second base. And there's the celebration on the bench as Nick Panafala lines one in the hole between short and third to tie things up here. And here comes Scott Jennings out for a little visit to the mound.
Nice piece of hitting by Nick Panafala. He really hung in there. 3-2 count. Got one a little bit inside and pulled it in the gap between the third baseman and the shortstop.
And conference on the mound. Nick Panafala comes in. He's talking to his, and there we see it. Oh, there it gets past Sprankle. That's his first miscue of the day.
Well, Panafala was ahead of me on that. Well, that's why he's a college baseball player. But I was looking curveball, and I think he had his head down. He got the bat down on a fastball, and I think he was looking fastball.
And Sprankle's error allows Panafala to get to second. There was no way Greg Turlick was going to be out on that one.
No, Sprankle is playing way out and left. He's almost out on Route 118 as well, so there was no play but for Turlick to come in.
So it's now tied up 1-1. That brings up Miles Leader, and we still got a guy out there, Panafala on second base. He starts him out with that curveball again. Miles Leader has grounded to third and struck out swinging, so like a lot of Raptors, he is due. See if they can pick him up with a 2-out hit.
He's got a couple of variations of that curveball, too. He's got a little bit of a looping curveball, and then he's got a sharp, tight curveball, keeping these guys off balance in the MC lineup.
He definitely got a generous inside strike there.
It was, and we could see that from back here.
Oh, yeah, we have an excellent vantage point. Because that pitch was almost in the exact same spot. It was a ball.
3 straight curveballs from Cooper Ayers.
Still no action in the Hagerstown bullpen. So Scott Jennings obviously just went out to settle him down and remind him of the game plan. And he got him fishing, but he had to protect the plate. When you've got 2 strikes, you got to protect the plate.
He really sets up the curveball. He sets up the fastball, I should say. He sets it up well. He threw 3 slower curveballs, and then he comes with the fastball, which is he's not a hard thrower. But when the ball's coming at you, as a fastball compared to 3 curveballs, it looks hard.
Bottom of the 7th inning, all knotted up at 1. Here's the pitch. Leader fouls it back, hanging tough. So after trailing for the last 4 innings, Montgomery College ties it up here at 1.
Hey, talk it up. Let's go.
on a double by Greg Turlick and a single by Nick Ponifala, who then advanced to second on an error. Ayers wanted that one, but that was clearly out of the strike zone.
Yeah, that ball was up.
So he runs the count to 2-2 now. Again, leader hanging tough. Way outside. And that runs the count full. 3-2 now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nick Ponifala at second base. He does have 1 stolen base on the season. There's the pitch. Once again, leader hanging tough. Good at bat.
He's got Matt Shook here on deck. Matt Shook has been swinging the bat pretty well. He had a good weekend against Stevenson, as we saw.
He sure did. His average shot way up after a great weekend. And there's leader. Hits it on a line out to center field, but right at center fielder C.J. Owings for the third out of the season. Or third out of the season? How about third out of the inning? So after 7 complete innings of play, Montgomery College has evened things back up at 1. And, you know, all day long we've been talking about Montgomery College, the success they've had under Dan Rasher here, and their incredible World Series run, 6 out of the last 7 years. So again, returning to my conversations with the players, I asked them, I said, do you think you guys can make it back there again this year?
I think we definitely have what it takes to get back. We've got a lot of guys that have been there, done it before, and I think that's going to help us get back.
We filled in some key pieces we lost last year. We got a lot more depth this year, I feel like. You know, we were a little short-handed with guys last year. Bringing both schools together brought in a lot of more guys. So I think it'll be good. I think we'll definitely get there.
No question in my mind, you know. Like we were saying before, when the team got combined as one, which means we have a lot more talent this year, you know. And we have a lot of great leaders, and there's no question in my mind that we can not only get to Texas, but we can win it all. So it's just, I know it's going to take a lot of hard work, but I'm pretty sure we can do it.
Well, that's a confident group, Marcus, but I don't think they're cocky.
No, I definitely don't think that they're cocky. They come here with the mindset of going to Tyler, Texas. And when you come to Montgomery College and you play baseball here, you automatically assume, or I shouldn't say assume, you automatically think that part of your season takes place in Texas at the end of the year. And that's because they've dominated the Region 20 and they've won 6 out of the last 7, and they get they get the advantage of playing great teams like Hagerstown. And then when you get into the region, the competition level isn't as strong as you are against these Division I and Division II teams.
Well, we are in the top half of the 8th inning now. Here is Eric Schanzenbacher. He grounds it to second to Max Hellman, makes a nice diving stop and gets him at first.
That is a great play. That's the play of the day in the field for me right there. Nice play by Max Heldman.
That definitely had single written all over it, as Schanzenbacher is robbed by Max Heldman. Wow. He laid out for that one, gathered himself.
And makes the perfect throw.
And Schanzenbacher is 0 for 3 today. Now, looking at that batting average of his, 420 plus, I mean, he hasn't had many days, I don't think, where he's gone hitless.
Yeah, that's 4 straight at-bats that Schanzenbacher, supposedly their best player, is 0 for.
So that brings up number 5, Dylan Dunn, who is 0 for 3 on the day. And Maloney pops him up on the first pitch. And it's right to our friend Max Heldman, who gathers it in. So 2 up, 2 down here in the top of the 8th inning for Hagerstown.
Boy, things change quick in baseball. 1-0, now 1-1. It almost seems like the momentum, the tide has shifted here.
And that brings up Tyler Walter, who is 1 for 1 with a walk. As John Maloney seems to be quite comfortable out there on the mound, settling in quite nicely. And there's a pop out, or I'm sorry, a foul pop out onto observation drive, which is the windy road that comes into the Montgomery College campus. The landmark on that road is this ballpark right here, Windy Hill. One of the first things you see when you pull into Montgomery College Germantown campus is the ballpark. That's the way it should be, I think.
It should, and then you keep traveling up observation, and you get to that big globe up on top of the hill.
Yeah, the WSSC water tower, the distinctive globe landmark up here in northern Montgomery County. Nice shot of Maloney. He grounds it to short. Oh, DeFrank kicks it. Bonifala picks it up, and he got him. Wow. Way to heads-up play there by Nick Bonifala to save the third out of the inning.
Bonifala on the spot, bailing his buddy Matt DeFrank out there, just getting over, and you don't necessarily back up your shortstop, but he did there.
And another great stretch there by Jake Taylor at first. So after 7.5 innings of play, we are still knotted up at 1. And, you know, you see a play like that, and it makes me you just know. I mean, it's just one of those great plays that these guys are going to be talking about for a long period of time. And you know, for a sophomore like Matt DeFrank, this is his last season playing for Montgomery College. And you know, there's a lot of sophomores on this team, and this will be their last season playing for Montgomery College. So when I visited with them recently, I said, you know, what are you guys going to miss the most about playing baseball here at Montgomery College?
Definitely the team. It's a lot of fun to come out here, guys clowning around, but getting down to business when the business needs to be got down to.
Probably the team. Like I said before, you know, I've gotten so close with some of these guys. Just not being able to see them every day like I do now, it'll be tough, you know, moving on from this.
I'll miss the guys. I mean, I've made a lot of good friends here. There's a great camaraderie with the team. You know, going on trips to Florida and Texas, you know, really brings you together. And so I think I'll just miss the guys. And it's a really great program here, so I'll miss that too.
Well, freshman Matt DeFrank is going to have to watch this tape next year when his career at Montgomery College is about to come to an end. And he can listen to guys like Justin Sawyer and Colin Cox, and he can just sort of say, yeah, I kind of knew this was gonna come. This was gonna come to an end, and I enjoyed my time. And again, enjoy your time, guys. Enjoy it a lot.
And it sounds like they really are. It is a great bunch of guys. Here's Matt Shook leading off, and Cooper Ayers still out there. There is some action in the Hagerstown bullpen, and I see the sidearm motion of Dylan Eiler out there. So we are probably going to see the preeminent closer in Maryland JUCO baseball in the bottom of the 9th inning. But we got a long way to go till there. We're only in the bottom of the 8th. We've got Matt Shook leading off, and he's trying to fight his way out of an 0-2 count right now. He is 0 for 2 on the day, by the way.
And Cooper Ayers is still throwing those curveballs.
Yeah, that is Dylan Eiler. He's got wearing number 13. And he is the closer for Hagerstown, and he's one of the top closers, if not the top closer in all of Maryland JUCO. Big kid, 6'4", but we'll talk about him later. Let's talk about Matt Shook right now. He would like nothing better than to get on to lead off this inning.
Well, I could see what Jennings is thinking here, because if he can get Ayers to get through Shook, Coleman, and DeFrank, you have some big guys coming up in the last inning, where your Heldman, Taylors, Turlicks come up. So I can understand it.
There's a ground ball to short, gobbled up over there by Deshawn for the out.
So you're going to want to bring your stud to go in against the Montgomery College heart of that lineup. But first things first, Cooper Ayers has to get out of this inning.
And that brings up Joseph Coleman, who is 0 for 2 on the day. And he would like nothing better than to get on base and wreak a little havoc.
And he's got a couple of flyouts with a guy Joseph's size. He's going to want to try to get the ball down a little bit. He's not hitting the ball out of the park anytime soon, but he can use his speed, especially coming out of the box from the left side, and get the ball in between some gaps in the infield.
He fouls that one out of play. No balls, 1 strike. Well, you got to hand it to Cooper Ayers. The kid has pitched a great game. And, of course, he's kept his team in it. Now, the interesting thing is, if the score does remain tied, does he bring in his closer with a tie ball game?
Well, if this was fantasy, I would want him to get the save situation, but it's not. And Scott Jennings is probably gonna want to maybe bring in his big guy for 2 innings and face the real big guys in our lineup from that drop down submarine style Darren O'Day Baltimore Orioles submarine pitcher. Shout out for Scott Youngblood there.
Scott Youngblood, our masterful director in the truck. And also shall we say, a big Baltimore Orioles fan?
Yeah, I guess you can say that.
Of course, I'm inhabiting a booth right now with a Yankee fan and a Mets fan, so, boy.
Yeah, we don't talk too loud these days.
As Joseph Coleman grounds out to second base, that's the second out of the inning, and that brings up Matt DeFrank. So DeFrank going to try to keep it going. He's 1 for 3. He struck out looking, grounded back to the pitcher, and singled.
And almost scored the tying run, getting thrown out when Dan Rasher sent him.
Yeah, he made a great slide, but it took a great relay throw from the second baseman, Zachary Matthews, to catch him, and he did catch him. Very close play.
But DeFrank, got to give it to him. He started a rally.
He sure did. He'd like nothing better than to start a 2-out rally. And he lines it out into right. It might drop, and it does. It gets down. So he's on first with a 2-out single. And that brings up number 11, Max Heldman, who has made the defensive play of the day. He's also 1 for 2 with a walk. There's Matt DeFrank, freshman out of Pilate High School, civil engineering major, trying to get things going here in the bottom of the 8th inning for Montgomery College.
I wonder when Jennings is going to go to Eiler in the bullpen here with Jake Taylor and Greg Turlick looming.
Good, again, a good move to first by Ayers. DeFrank pushing that lead out a little bit. The wind is picked up here. We had a pretty calm day there for a while, but now the flag is blowing in the wind.
Nice to see Matt DeFrank making Ayers work a little bit.
Curveball did not catch the inside corner.
One of those gets by the first baseman, and you got a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, DeFrank with a healthy lead at first. There he goes back to first. And they are challenging him.
Tyler Walter doing a nice little swipe tag there. Not really getting any body, but getting some dust.
Tyler Walter has played flawlessly at first today. And actually, this Hagerstown defense, with the exception of the error last inning, has played very well. There's a strike on a, boy, that was a little low.
Ayers dropped down and brought that thing across the top of the knees, maybe, or the shins of Max Heldman.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Matt DeFrank on first, back over to first again. Matt DeFrank definitely has his attention.
He does have his attention, and that's what you want. Even though Dan might not even be sending him, but the danger of throwing over.
And Heldman fouls it off. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Everybody on their feet in the Montgomery College dugout right now. They're smelling rally. Bunch of guys crowded up by the front there. Ooh, that almost got away. That was definitely off the mark.
In the majors, the crowd would be booing him because they're just giving time for your relief pitcher to warm up. But I think Eiler's probably pretty warm back there. I would say the Ayers is probably more concerned about DeFrank swiping second. They definitely don't want him to get to second. Dylan Dunn goes out there for a little chat. Must have said something that Ayers liked, because Ayers had a little smile on his face there. He probably just went out and said, "Hey, by the way, I'm your catcher. Throw to me." Here comes the pitch. It's a curveball and a ground ball. Oh, he bobbles it at second base. Yeah, you could. At shortstop. You could see that hop coming right up into Drew DeShong's chest. We see this on the replay. It's probably 3 or 4 hops, and it came right to him. And that hop had bad written all over it. Yeah, it took the bad hop. And so that brings up Mr. Jake Taylor. And he's got this is the situation where you want Jake Taylor up. You got 2 outs, 2 on. He's been hit by a pitch. He's struck out, and he is fouled out to left. He swings at the first pitch and right through it. Gutsy Cooper Ayers starts him off with the curveball again. And by this time, I think Jake knew that he was going to start off with the curveball, and he just swung over the top of it is what he did. All right, here's Taylor. Big situation. Men on first and second. 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th inning. We're all tied at 1, and there goes DeFrank to third. And Heldman cruises into second. And I believe that should be a pass ball. Probably, and what Scott Jennings was talking about is the defensive lapses, and it finally has shown up with the shortstop booting the ball on the bad hop, and then a little bit of a pass ball you got there. So second and third with Jake Taylor up and an open base. Do you want to pitch to the lefty who just almost hit the ball out of the park on you? I don't know. I might go after Jake Taylor right here. Turlick put a heck of a swing on Cooper Ayers' last curveball he saw. Let's see what he does. He leaves Ayers in there. And has a couple of words for the umpire. Nothing untoward there, as we've got 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 out, 2 on. Bottom of the 8th inning in a 1-1 ball game, and the leading home run hitter in the entire country for Division III baseball at the plate. Ball outside. Cooper Ayers has shown that he can get Jake Taylor out. He struck him out. He struck him out, hit him with a pitch, and Taylor hit a long foul fly out. I like to see Jennings letting Cooper Ayers know, hey, go after that guy. Go after him. This is a maturation process here. Oh, he hit it a long way, but foul. He just got out in front of it. He did get out in front. It was another one of those slow curve balls that probably didn't get enough of the plate. It had a little bit too much of the inside on the inner half of the plate, and Jake obviously turned on it and hit it a mile long, but just foul. Looking at Greg Turlick on the in the on-deck circle when Taylor swung and fouled that one a mile and a half away, you could see Turlick go, oh my gosh, he just got out in front of it. There's a fly ball out into right field, and it's caught. So he went the other way, and the right fielder gathered it in for the 3rd out of the inning. So we head to the 9th inning now with our score tied 1-1, and you could not ask for a better ball game, Marcus. That was an exciting bottom half of the 8th inning. You had a couple of errors. So Hagerstown allowed MC to put runners in scoring position. You had the best hitter on the team at the plate, and you had this little guy, Cooper Ayers, who's pitched a heck of a ball game. And he ended up getting Jake Taylor to fly out. So so the drama was there. And, well, hey, this is not a bad day at work.
I'll tell you, this is the kind of game we're going to love talking about on our brand new sports wrap-up show on MCTV, the Raptor Report. The Raptor Report is our brand new show. We cover all kinds of sports, and this is the kind of game we're going to be covering. We're going to be talking a lot about this game.
Anything you want to know about Montgomery College athletics, you should tune in to the Raptor Report. It's a top-notch job done by some top-notch people and one heck of a host, Michael Brown.
Well, I appreciate that, Marcus, but you know, it takes a lot of people to put that show together. It's an impossible job, and we have fun doing it. We have fun talking about guys like our brand new pitcher here, Jack Souter, who comes in to start the 9th inning for Montgomery College. We saw Jack pitch over the weekend. He had been on the shelf recently with an elbow issue, but he's recovered, and he's back out there.
He's got some nice numbers. He's got 20 innings pitched. He's only given up 11 hits. He's got 14 Ks. So you're talking about a 3 ERA with a walks and hits of innings pitched, the WHIP category, which is 1.11, and that's pretty nice.
Yeah, he's been a very effective pitcher for Montgomery College. And there is still action in the Hagerstown bullpen as well. So it'd be interesting to see now that they got through that inning. They got through Jake Taylor in a kind of a pressure-packed situation there. Men on second and third, 2 outs, Taylor at the bat. It'll be interesting to see if Cooper Ayers comes back or not.
And you have the lefty who just Greg Turlick waiting in the bottom half of the 9th inning for MC, and he hit the ball to the fence on Cooper Ayers. So do you bring in your submarine guy against the lefty? If they might have a lefty specialist out there. We can't see it from here.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna take a guess and say we're gonna see the big guy.
I think so too. And that our leadoff hitter this inning is Charles Owings, the center fielder, C.J. Owings they call him. And he's 0 for 1 on the day. He's walked twice. He does have a stolen base. So Jack Souter, the game is in his hands now as we start the top half of the 9th inning, 1-1 ball game. Boy, if you're a fan of excellent pitching and some tight situations, this has been the game for you.
Jack Souter's coming out here, starting his inning off from the stretch. He's not a overly big guy, but he's got some pop on his fastball.
And you can see he's on the mound once again with the name Duck on the mound in honor of Duck Lee, the longtime assistant coach who passed away over the winter. If you joined us late, please check this game out on YouTube later, because it was a very touching pregame ceremony where Coach Duck Lee was honored. His 2 daughters and his sister were here to throw out the first pitch. It was quite a moment. And there's a pop-up out into center field. Here comes Turlick, and he's got it. Out number 1. That's what Souter wants. Out number 1. That brings up number 25, Devin Schaefer, the right fielder. He's 0 for 1 with 2 walks.
And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Brown, I think I just saw our Hagerstown starting pitcher with the ice on his shoulder. I think his day is done. So it looks like we're going to have somebody coming in the bottom of the 9th to face Greg Turlick.
Good spotting there. So that should mean that we're going to see Dylan Eiler.
Yep.
Coming in the top of the or bottom of the 9th inning.
And before we get ahead of ourselves here, Jack Souter has to get out of the inning.
Yeah.
But
we don't want to put the cart before the horse here.
But the submarine style pitcher against a left-handed batter is a world of difference.
Boy, that's going to be an adjustment for Montgomery College. We've had the curveballs of Cooper Ayers, and now we're going to see a whole different motion.
And the submarine, if he's coming really from the far side of the mound, that looks like it's coming right at a right-handed batter, and Greg Turlick's not going to have to really deal with that vantage point.
2 balls, no strikes. That's ball 3. As Schaefer had a good eye. He's been on base 2 times already today via the walk, and he's already worked the count to 3-0. And he lost him. That is not what Dan Rasher wants to see. So that's a man on, and that brings up Nice Warner. And he has, that's the 6th walk of the game for Montgomery College. And that's been a bit of an Achilles heel today.
Yes, and that's one of the things Dan Rasher doesn't like to see. And that's not been a characteristic of this Montgomery College Raptors baseball team this year, and that's given up free passes.
No, their walk-to-strikeout ratio has been very impressive for a young pitching staff.
And Dan has said it a lot. He's like, when they're getting hit, they're going to get hit. It's better than putting a guy on for free, if you would.
Big curveball there from Souter for strike 2. Nice Warner, the hitter for Hagerstown, has yet to reach base today. He's 0 for 3. Struck out looking his last time up. Leader set up way outside that time, but Nice Warner wasn't having any of that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 9th inning. Jack Souter on the hill for Montgomery College. Outside again, evens the count at 2. Beautiful day for a ball game. The wind is quieted down again. Oh, ball 3, and it gets by Leader. That's going to be a wild pitch. So, number 25, Devin Schaefer, has advanced to second base. He's now in scoring position.
Jackson Souter has dug himself a bit of a hole here.
Well, he was up 0-2, and now he's run the count to 3-2. And, of course, that's just driving Dan Rasher crazy over there in the dugout. I guarantee it. Ooh, that looked pretty good, but it's ball 4. So he's now walked back-to-back hitters, and that puts men on first and second with 1 out, and that brings up number 23, Zachary Matthews, who's 0 for 3 on the day. Scott Jennings coming down to chat with him. And putting in a pinch runner for Nice Warner, number 3, Alex Reinhardt.
Matthews is a Frederick kid, so I bet he would love to get himself a hit here, an RBI against Montgomery College, as he probably knows a lot about both Hagerstown and Montgomery College growing up in Frederick.
So Nice Warner has been replaced by Alex Reinhardt, who comes in to pinch run for him at first base. Men on first and second, 1 out, and Matthews up. And Souter all of a sudden having trouble finding the strike zone.
And Miles Leader really bailed him out because we almost had guys on second and third. He really did a nice dig on that ball in the dirt.
Here's Souter out of the stretch. There's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. As Matthews taking all the way there. And why not? Make him throw a strike. Outside.
Seems like Jackson's just getting a little too cute instead of just going at these guys.
We cannot see from our vantage point if there is anybody warming up in the MC bullpen. Ooh, we hit him. And Miles Leader took it in the shoulder as well. So 2 guys got hit with that pitch.
and you hit a batter to bring up the leadoff hitter is not the inning Jackson Souter wanted to have in the top of the 9th.
And that leadoff hitter is number 4, Drew DeShong. He's 1 for 4 on the day as Dan Rasher comes out for a all-hands-on-deck meeting at the mound.
And this is one of his best guys at contact and putting the ball in play. So you only have 1 out and the base is loaded, and all he really does need to do is avoid a double play, and you're going to knock yourself a run in.
If ever a strikeout was needed by a Montgomery College pitcher, this is the time.
And as the leadoff batter, he's not going to be easy to double.
No. No, he's not. And as a matter of fact, DeShong has 14 stolen bases on the season, so he's got some speed.
Yeah, he's got wheels.
Other than that bad hop in the last inning, he's played a nice shortstop today as well.
Another one of those Greencastle guys. Greencastle, Pennsylvania.
He's hitting .303 on the season. Got 28 ribbies. And a whole bunch of doubles. Got 9 doubles on the season. Jack Souter in trouble. I think it's fair to say. Bases loaded. There's a ground ball to short. That will score a run. They do get the force at second, but that's it.
Well, it would have been really difficult for them to turn the double play regardless of Matt DeFrank having trouble handling the ball. So I doubt they would have even been able to double off Drew DeShong.
No, he kicked it a little bit. Did get the out at second. But there was no hope at first, and the run does score to break the tie. So Hagerstown takes a 1-run lead here in the top of the 9th inning.
Souter got pretty much exactly what he wanted out of that play, though. You have to give it to him for coming back and inducing what would be an inning-ending double play.
And that brings up number 20, Sprankle, who is 1 for 4 on the day.
And here we have our our safe situation for Dylan Eiler now. Yep. Should they keep it at 2-1 or 3-1 or 4-1, if you would.
Yep, D3 fantasy owners will be happy.
Yes, I did not pick Dylan Eiler up to put him on my team this morning. I did not have room on my bench.
Good for you.
Yeah. But then again, I wouldn't want to root against our own team, right?
There you go.
That's why I always pick Baltimore Orioles, so that I have something to root for when I'm watching them.
And there is a, oh my gosh, and they just scored a run on a delayed steal as the ball gets away, and so it was a delayed steal. The man took off for second.
But Miles Leader had him dead in the water at home base, and I think he slapped the tag on before he got the ball.
Just did not catch it and would have had him.
Yeah.
So a bit of base running trickery there by Hagerstown.
Montgomery College actually executed the defense against the delayed steal perfectly, but Miles just couldn't come up with the ball.
He knew he had to make, he knew based on where the throw was that it was going to be tough, and I think he just tried to rush it just a little bit.
Probably did.
The throw into the plate was on the left-hand side of the plate. And of course, the runner coming in from the right, so he knew he was going to have to dive, and I think he may have started his dive a little early. But what got us into this situation were the walks. So now Hagerstown with a little more comfortable 3-1 lead, top of the 9th inning. And they're not out of it yet. There's a pop-up, and this should end the inning. Taylor gathers it in for the 3rd out.
Well, that Montgomery College coach knows what he's talking about, the little things.
So after 8.5 innings of play, Montgomery College trailing 3-1. I think we're going to see Dylan Eiler coming in to try to close it out for Hagerstown. And Montgomery College will be sending 3 of their best hitters up there. We'll see what they can do, as this is their last opportunity. And here he comes. Number 13, Dylan Eiler, trotting in from the dugout. And as you can see from that great shot, this is a big guy. This is a Jake Taylor big guy coming out to pitch. And
he's got 29 strikeouts in 36 innings. That's a pretty good ratio.
So this is going to be a challenge for Montgomery College. And it's not a Darren O'Day.
Right. His knuckles aren't actually going to pick up sand.
But it is sidearm. It is. I guess you would. Yeah. It's definitely a submarine sidearm type style.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. So
very disconcerting for a right-handed batter to be facing this guy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So this is Dylan Eiler out there. He's appeared in 23 games, 36 innings of work, 15 runs, only 7 of them earned, 1.73 ERA, 5 saves. He's got 4 wins. 4 wins and 2 losses. So he's not unbeatable. You've got Greg Turlick leading off the inning. He'll be followed by Travis Smith and then Nick Ponifalo. So 3 of the better hitters in the Montgomery College order. And we'll see what they can do against this big fella. Of course, he's also got to find the strike zone. So we'll see what happens. Montgomery College down 3-1. Been a hard-fought game, and really just a couple of miscues have made the difference.
And it was really a nice pitched game for Cooper Ayers. And again, the small things, the walks, some of the bobbles in the infield has stung Montgomery College, but Ayers for Hagerstown pitched a really, really strong game.
And here's Greg Turlick stepping in against him. He's 1 for 3 on the day with a double. And he's a 300 hitter with power. Here we go. First pitch, low and inside, almost gets him. He's also scored the only run of the day for Montgomery College. And made a couple of nice plays in the outfield to boot. So he's had a good ball game. And all he wants to do now is get on base, by hook or by crook. His mantra is get on base. Takes a strike, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And I think Jamison McGrain had a little bit of a bad luck because he battled through this game as well.
He sure did.
For MC.
He deserved a better fate.
He did.
And there's a base hit for Turlick.
Yeah, coming off the side of the mound that Dylan Eiler does, that just falls right into Greg Turlick's wheelhouse.
Right.
Because he could see that ball so much better than a right-handed batter. There's no bailing out. He's actually attacking the ball. Whereas your right-handed batter, initially that thing's coming at your head often.
And that brings up Travis Smith. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Takes ball low. And ball 2. Here's the pitch. And there's strike 1.
His ball tails in on the right-handed batter, too.
Foul ball off to the third base side. Two balls, 2 strikes. Travis Smith, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Nobody out, and he takes ball 4. So 2 men on.
Isn't this a great game?
This is the beauty of baseball.
This is great baseball. Now you have the game-winning run at the plate.
And Nick Ponifala, of course, had an RBI single his last time up. He's 1 for 3 on the day.
And he made that great play to back up his buddy DeFrank at shortstop. When the ball kicked off DeFrank's glove, Ponifala was there on the spot to gun down the runner to end the inning. So Nick's been having himself a decent game today.
And the wheels are turning over there as Dan Rasher has put in a pinch runner for Travis Smith. He just put in number 28, Andy McWilliams, to run. Of course, Williams would represent the tying run on first base.
And he's got coming up into the on-deck circle a left-handed batter.
There's Ponifala. He shows bunt, and he fouls it back. He's unhappy with himself.
They like the idea of looking at this sidearm pitcher from the left side, so he's going to bring up Nick Siegel behind Ponifala.
Here's Nick Ponifala. Had the biggest hit of the day so far for Montgomery College. Shows bunt again, lays it down foul, and now he's got to swing away. Could not get the bunt down, and that
yeah, that's not going to really show up in the box score, but that's got to drive both Nick Ponifala and Coach Rasher crazy.
Oh, yeah. So now he's got to protect the plate at 0-2, and he does. There's a ground ball to short. Could it be a double play? Over to second for 1, back to first. The twin killing. As Nick Ponifala grounds out into a double play. Turlick does move to third on the double play, but 2 are out now. Greg Turlick on third, and that leaves it up to pinch hitter Nick Siegel. This is the first we've seen Nick today. He's a freshman out of Northwest High School. It's all up to him. He's got a nice batting average, 275, has 11 ribbies.
And Dylan Eiler doesn't even care about Turlick at third base right now.
No, Turlick does not matter. What matters is Nick Siegel. Of course, Nick Siegel will do anything to get on here. Takes it outside. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. We are in the bottom of the 9th inning here at Montgomery College. High and outside.
I don't see another left-handed bat in Dan Rasher's dugout over there.
No, there aren't many lefties on the team to begin with. So
you got Joe Coleman coming up, I think, after Shook if they get the opportunity.
That's true. Way outside, ball 4. So now you've got the tying run on first.
I really think Eiler just wanted to go after Shook here.
I think you're right. I don't think. I think it was almost an intentional walk that didn't look like an intentional walk.
And now you got to force at first or second too with the ground ball up the middle.
And head coach Scott Jennings out talking to the umpire. I'm not sure what this conversation would be about. It could be checking lineups. Yeah, they're checking lineups. And I'm not sure what the discussion would be about.
Well, he brought in Siegel to pinch hit, and he might be questioning the actual pinch hitter.
Now the umpire is going over to talk to Dan Rasher, head coach of Montgomery College. I have no idea what this conversation would be about, but it has something to do with the batting order.
Because what he did was he sat down Miles' leader and he pinch hit the lefty, which makes perfect sense, and Siegel, but did Dan not actually plug that change in?
So we are waiting. Now the umpire is coming back to talk to Scott Jennings. So umpire had a smile on his face. I don't know what that means.
And if this game does go into extra innings, you're going to actually have to plug in somebody else because Miles' leader is your catcher, and Siegel is not a catcher, so there's going to be another catcher coming in, and that's why we love baseball.
And Travis Smith was just replaced as a pinch runner, so it got to be Colin McMahon who would come in to catch. He's the only catcher they have left because they went with the pinch runner, Andy McWilliams, for Travis Smith. And now we see John Silk having a little conversation with Matt Shook. John Silk, of course, is the hitting coach for Montgomery College, as well as the assistant head coach, as well as the first base coach. So I'm sure he's he told me he doesn't like to fill their heads with too much information when they're coming up to bat. He's probably just reminding him of one small thing.
And right now, that one small thing would just be getting a base hit to bring Greg Turlick in. I mean, I don't think anybody in the park thinks that, that he's going to be trying to hit a game-winning home run. Well, why wouldn't he try? I don't know if he has any home runs. Let's look at the stats.
As a matter of fact, he does.
He has one home run. Well, you know what, Matt Shook? Why not make it two?
He would love nothing better, I guarantee you. We would see a celebration here that might rival winning the Region 20 championship, should that happen.
We don't have much wind here right now on Windy Hill. Our great U.S. flag out there over the scoreboard is pretty much still.
It's still. It's still. The trees are not really moving. This is a rare day on Windy Hill. So Matt Shook. It's all up to the freshman outfielder from Tuscarora High School in Frederick. He's 0 for 3 on the day, so we could say he's due. There's first pitch, and it's low. So
Eiler from that arm slot doesn't generate too much speed on his fastball, but it's just so quirky coming out of his hand.
And he takes a strike on the inside corner.
That ball stayed in on his hands the entire time and just caught the corner.
1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs, 2 on. Montgomery College down by 2 in the bottom of the 9th. And he takes inside, ball 2. They're making Eiler work for this one.
They are.
Turlick on first. Turlick on third, Siegel on first. Way outside. That was almost a wild pitch. As Dylan Dunn saved a run there with his quick feet. Nick Siegel with a big lead at first. There's the pitch, strike 2.
That was a nice pitch. That's the same pitch he got called for a strike the 2 pitches before.
That's a tough pitch to hit.
And he's probably going to bring it in there, right in on the hands again. It's
Full count.
so difficult for a batter to open up and catch that with that ball coming up. It's almost coming from your back.
Full count. And he walked him.
Good
Bases
at bat.
are loaded.
Good at bat by Shook. He didn't give him anything.
That brings up Joe Coleman. Here's Joe Coleman. Way outside.
And that's their top reliever's third walk of this inning.
And here comes Scott Jennings as all of a sudden Eiler with a little problem with the strike zone.
And we've already seen he's not super comfortable facing left-handed batters. But he hasn't looked comfortable regardless in this inning.
So big confab out there on the mound, chaired by Scott Jennings. Bases are loaded. 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th inning. Joe Coleman, a freshman from Magruder High School.
I'm no manager, Michael Brown, but I bet Jennings said something like throw strikes.
I would think he probably dug deep into his manager's encyclopedia and came out with that one.
Yep. First page and last page.
Yeah. Joe Coleman, bases loaded. 2 outs. Way outside again. 2 balls, no strikes.
The ball naturally tails away from a left-handed batter, so if he's trying to paint the outside corner, Coleman could snap that ball into left field. Third baseman's very close.
Way outside again. 3 balls, no strikes.
And if Joe Coleman could lay the bat on the ground and watch this pitch, I'm sure he could.
He will not be swinging. There's no question about that. There's the pitch, and it just catches the corner for strike 1. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take it again here.
Yes, he's probably going to take again. 3-1.
Unless it's right down Broadway, which it was. Strike 2. Here we go, folks.
Well, Eiler battled back.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Sacks are full of Raptors. Here's Eiler's pitch, way outside, ball 4, and that walks a run home as Turlick cruises across the plate to make it 3-2.
Way to go, 4!
And Matt DeFrank, who's had a bit of a rough day in the field, but he's had a good day at the bat. Steps in.
This is redemption time for DeFrank.
He's 2 for 4. Takes strike 1.
Well, that's a pitch that Eiler really needed. 4 walks in this inning to start off DeFrank with a first pitch strike is huge.
Ducks are on the pond for Matt DeFrank. 4 walks for Eiler in the inning, and that's high. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 outs. Sacks full of Raptors. The tying run 90 feet away. That's in the dirt, ball 2. Nick Siegel at third base represents the tying run. Both benches are on their feet.
So are the announcers.
Here's the pitch. That's low and outside, ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Again, he's getting the take sign from the third base coach.
I think if Dan Rasher could walk down there and take the bat out of his hands for this pitch, he would. Matt DeFrank, 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Bases loaded, bottom of the 9th. He lost it, ball 4. We have a tie ball game.
Good eye.
We have a tie ball game.
Good eye for Matt DeFrank, because that was probably a pitch that he could poke into right field, but the discipline came through.
And that brings up Max Heldman, who has the defensive play of the day. And there, as the tying run cruises across the plate, so the best closer in Maryland has walked 5 batters in the bottom of the 9th inning, and he cannot believe he didn't get strike on that one.
I'm probably with him. That was a nice pitch. But that's 5 walks in this inning for Eiler.
And Max Heldman has had a nice day at the bat, 2 for 3 with a walk. Here's the pitch, and that's a strike. 1-1. Crowd's on its feet. The players are on their feet. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 2.
And Coach Jennings, I don't think Coach Jennings is a yeller either, but he is not happy. He is not a happy manager because he wanted that pitch to be called a strike.
Oh, he's walking. He's walked out of the dugout. He's so upset. That's ball 3. Almost hit him.
I think he was walking to Burger King actually.
3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Sacks full of Raptors. 1 more ball, and the Raptors will pull this one out. Here's the pitch. Oh, boy, he gave him a generous strike zone on that one.
Well, there's a reason why in that baseball encyclopedia there is what's called a makeup call, and I think that was their makeup call.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tie ball game. Here comes the payoff pitch. Heldman smacks it right back to Eiler, who tosses it to first for the 3rd out. But we are going to extras, folks, as the Montgomery College Raptors, with an improbable rally against the top closer in all of Maryland. He walked 5 guys in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie it up for Montgomery College. They get a new life, and it is now tied 3-3 as we go into the 10th inning.
I think I have to call the wife and tell her dinner's going to be cold, or they should just eat.
Oh, I think it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. So we are going to take a brief break here, and we'll be right back with the top of the 10th inning after this.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College.
And we are back, and there's Schanzenbacher hits the first pitch out to left field. That's his first hit of the game. Eric Schanzenbacher, who was leading Maryland JUCO in batting average, had been 0 for 4 coming into that at bat, but he gets his first hit of the day and a leadoff single here in the top of the 10th.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about coming in was keeping that guy off of the base paths, and they were successful. 0 for 4 coming into the 10th inning, and now the guy with 21 steals is on first base.
And we have a new catcher in there for Montgomery College, number 23, Colin McMahon, and that is the last catcher on the MC roster.
And he might have some work to do with Mr. Schanzenbacher on first base.
There's a ground ball to short. Matt DeFrank steps on second for 1, over to first for a double play. So Matt DeFrank turns that double play. So Schanzenbacher is erased, and all of a sudden we have 2 outs here in the top of the 10th. Easy double play. That brings up number 14, Tyler Walter, who is 1 for 3 on the day.
That is indeed the easiest double play for the infielders to turn, is the shortstop to first base.
Yeah, no toss, no pivot, and that was tailor-made because it was only just a couple of feet off the base when Matt DeFrank caught it. Jack Souter, who had a rough top of the 9th inning, was bailed out by his teammates and their plate discipline, I think you'd have to call it.
I would say so.
And Dylan Eiler was his own worst enemy that inning. Souter falls behind 2-1 as our scoreboard just went bye-bye again.
Well, we could be here a long time. Maybe we're just saving power.
And there's a foul back. And the umpire took the bat as Walter lost the handle on the bat, and it whacked the umpire, and he's walking it off. Got hit in the helmet as Walter lost the handle on the bat. Umpire trying to gather himself there. That's a tough job behind home plate.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure, but he may have caught the backswing of Tyler Walter, because Tyler Walter lost the bat.
Actually, it appears he got him in the arm. He's moving his left arm. Now he does have protection on under his shirt, but it doesn't cover everything. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Top of the 10th inning. If you joined us late, Montgomery College rallied in the bottom of the 9th to score 2 runs. There's a strike 3, and that ends the top of the 10th as Jack Souter sets him down 1, 2, 3, and we are all set to go to the. Let's take a look at that strikeout.
He snapped a curveball to end the inning.
And that is that's the end of the top of the 10th. Our score remains tied at 3-3, and you know we've talked a lot about Montgomery College chances of returning to the NJCAA Division III World Series next month, but maybe not everybody is familiar with the NJCAA. Well, MC is a member of the NJCAA, or the National Junior College Athletic Association. They're the governing body for all 2-year college athletic programs in the country, and they've got a great website where you can check out how MC fares against the rest of the teams in the nation. So to check out how MC stacks up against the best in all the sports we compete in, visit njcaa.org. That's njcaa.org. And right now, if you visit their site, you'll see that MC Baseball is currently ranked 6th in the country. So that's njcaa.org. And of course the NJCAA is has control or governs both Division I, Division II, and Division III. Montgomery College is in Division III, and Hagerstown, of course, is in Division I. We have a new pitcher in for Hagerstown, and that is number 34.
Looks like Tanner Partlow.
That's Tanner Partlow.
That's a freshman, and Scott Jennings absolutely loves this guy. Says he's going to be a really, really good pitcher.
He's their top winner. He's won 7 ball games for him this year, and he's actually tied with Jake Taylor for the most wins in division in NJCAA right now. So
this is a nice little battle we have brewing here with Jake Taylor against Tanner Partlow. And if it were to get back to the NJCAA talk we were just having, Division III, which Montgomery College is, has no scholarships. And if you want to look on the other side of the diamond, Hagerstown Community College has scholarships. So the Division I teams, these players actually have tuition and room and board paid for them. So that's why if you go to a roster, you'll see players from Texas and Pennsylvania and West Virginia and so on, as opposed to most of the Montgomery College kids are from Montgomery County.
Well, look who's stepping in here for Montgomery College. It's Jake Taylor, and so you really have the best against the best here. You got the best hitter for Montgomery College, Jake Taylor, and he's going up against the best pitcher for Hagerstown, Tanner Partlow, who is 7-3 on the season with a 2.81 ERA. He's pitched in 14 games, started 11, pitched 74 innings.
And that's 2 straight breaking balls to Jake Taylor. He started one off that broke inside on the inside corner of the plate, and that one actually broke to the outside. So he starts his curveball a little bit off to the middle, which breaks away from the right-handed batter.
And Jake is 0 for 3 on the day. He was hit by the pitch the first time up, and he just took strike 3.
And that's 0 for 5 for Jake, and that's a couple of strikeouts. Not a great day for the leading home run hitter in NJCAA.
Well, here's Greg Turlick, who's had a fine day. Scored a couple of runs. And he's facing Tanner Partlow. He pops him up.
And Turlick got a good pitch to hit.
Down third baseline. And that's out number 2. So 1 pitch, 2 outs.
Turlick's going to watch the tape, and he's going to want that one back because that could have been the best pitch he was going to see from Partlow.
That brings up number 28, Andy McWilliams, who went in for a pinch runner for Travis Smith back in that action-packed 9th inning where Montgomery College came back from a 2-run deficit with 2 outs to tie the game at 3. And so Andy McWilliams stepping in. He's a freshman out of Blake High School. Hitting .204 on the season. Has 11 hits with on the season. Andy McWilliams.
And you know Tanner Partlow is going to keep the ball right around the plate. He doesn't want a repeat of what we saw to give Montgomery College 2 runs to tie this game.
He's walked 31 on the season in 74 innings. So that's pretty good control for the young freshman.
Yeah, that's better than 2-1. I mean, your innings to walks, you want that higher than 2-1 or 1-2.
McWilliams nubs one down the line, and he's going to beat it out. As Schanzenbacher could not get down there to pick it up barehanded to make the play at first. So,
hey, when you're in extra innings and it's 3-3, take them how you can get them.
Boy, you'll take a 30-foot single any day in this situation. And of course, that brings up Nick Ponifala, who knocked in the first run of the day for Montgomery College. He's 1 for 4. Had the RBI single that actually advanced to second on an error. So McWilliams now on first base. Nick Ponifala up. And Colin McMahon on deck. They're facing Tanner Partlow, the ¡1 starter for Hagerstown. He gets a curveball over for a strike. So we've seen some excellent pitching out of Hagerstown today. Boy, they had a heck of a start from Cooper Ayers. He, deserved a better fate.
He was a little bulldog on the mound today. He really was. He went after guys. He doesn't throw super hard, but he mixed those speeds. He threw the curveball in and out. Very impressive for Cooper Ayers.
You got to be thinking that when they brought in Eiler in the 9th inning with a 2-run lead, you got to be thinking Cooper Ayers was thinking, I got me a win here.
Yeah, I think I heard the bus behind us warming up, but I think it's off now.
And we could be here for a while, folks, the way the pitching has been today. There's Ponifala, takes strike 2.
Sneaky fastball, not overly hard, but he also has a slow curveball, which boosts up the miles per hour to the eye.
He's been one of the surprises this year for Scott Jennings. There's no question about that. You don't ooh, boy, he swung right through it, and that is strike 3. So after 10 complete, Our score remains tied at 3. And, you know, if you want to really stay on top of what's happening with Montgomery College, then you should follow both the college and MCTV on the Montgomery College Facebook page. And the MCTV Facebook page. We've got 2 Facebook pages, one for Montgomery College and one for Montgomery College Television. For Montgomery College, just visit facebook.com/Montgomery College. And for MCTV and MCTV Sports, check out facebook.com/Montgomery College TV. Both of these pages keep you up to date on what's happening with Montgomery College, MCTV, and MC Sports programming. Again, that's facebook.com/Montgomery College and facebook.com/Montgomery College TV. So we are back, and we are ready to begin the top half of the 11th inning. And Jack Souter going back out for his 3rd inning of work.
I wouldn't think that Jack Souter thought he would be out there for his 3rd inning of work either.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, after that top of the 9th, when he allowed the 2 runs and had trouble finding the strike zone, he was one sad-looking young man when he came off the mound.
And if he gets Hagerstown, and we get to the bottom of this inning, he's again in line for a win. So your fortunes can change on an afternoon at the ballpark.
That's for sure. Leadoff hitter is Owings, C.J. Owings. He's been a bit of a thorn in the side. He's been on base twice today via the walk. He's got a stolen base as well. So, and he hits the first pitch well out into left field. Deep, deep, deep. Oh, nice catch out there. Nice running catch by Matt Shook.
Yeah, Matt Shook scared us a little bit. He took an interesting angle, and then at the last second, he actually kind of had to jut out towards the scoreboard, or towards the back wall.
And I think he was fooled a little bit.
Little bit.
Nice easy swing there, went a long way.
Or he was just trying to make the announcers nervous.
Well, he did that. That brings up Devin Schaefer, who's been on 3 times via the walk plus a single, so they have yet to get this kid out. Freshman from Greencastle, Pennsylvania. One out here in the top of the 11th inning. 3-3 our score. And a half an hour ago, if you had told me we'd still be calling a game in the 11th inning, I don't think I'd have believed you. There's a ground ball to second, takes a bad hop, but Max Heldman comes up with it and gets the easy out at first for the second out of the inning.
Don't tell Max Heldman that was a bad hop. That was Max Heldman's favorite bad hop.
Yeah, it took a nice hop right up to him chest high. That's what, in the old days, we used to call that a charity hop. I think that's what they called it in upstate New York and the Connecticut area. A charity hop.
Sunday hop, and it's, what is it, Tuesday? Late afternoon Tuesday hop.
And a beautiful late afternoon it is, not a cloud in the sky. The shadows are starting to creep into the outfield there as we got a lot of sunshine left, though. But both teams giving the fans their money's worth on Duckley Day here at Montgomery College. That curveball just missed. Boy, Jack Souter, he's smiling. He thought, what else do I need to do there to get a strike?
Alex Reinhart at the plate. I have a feeling that he doesn't like this weather all too much, being from San Antonio, Texas.
Probably not. There's a soft liner to short. Matt DeFrank gathers it in, no problem, for the 3rd out of the inning. So no runs, no hits, no errors in the top of the 11th for Hagerstown. And after 10.5 innings of play, we're still tied at 3. And, you know, we've been talking about ways to keep in touch with what goes on at Montgomery College and MCTV, and another great way is Twitter. You can follow both the college and MCTV on Twitter. It's an instantaneous source of information. To follow Montgomery College on Twitter, go to twitter.com/MontgomeryColl. That's COLL. And to check out MCTV10 on Twitter, visit twitter.com/MCTV10. It's a great way to keep up with the latest Montgomery College news, events, sports, programming on MCTV and at the college. So once again, that is twitter.com/MontgomeryColl, COLL. And to follow MCTV10 on Twitter, visit twitter.com/MCTV10. And number 34, that is Tanner. Oh, look at that.
That is not Tanner.
That is not Tanner. I'm sorry, Tanner Partlow and Mr. and Mrs. Partlow. That is not your son. That is the informal mascot of the MC Raptors. That's little Mr. Rappy the Raptor, I think they call him, or something like that.
Do they call him Rappy the Raptor?
I don't know what they call him. I just made that up.
Where I grew up, that's Godzilla.
That is Godzilla with an MC on his chest. But every time the Raptors score a run, they press something on that thing and it makes noise, apparently. But they've kind of adopted that as their mascot there in the dugout, their good luck charm. Anyway, Colin McMahon leading off for Montgomery College. Tanner Partlow still out on the mound. This is his second inning of work, and this is Colin McMahon's first time up. He takes it high and tight.
I still like Gamera, the flaming turtle, but I don't know if anybody remembers that one.
I do remember Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. My sons were very much into those three guys, or however many guys there were. McMahon swings and misses. I'm told by our expert statistician, Steve Hauk, that there were 4 teenage, what is it? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right?
And they all had names that ended in O.
And if this game goes on much longer, I'm going to ask Marcus to sing the theme song.
Oh, yeah, there was Raphael, but we can call him Raffaello.
So 1 out here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Here's Matt Shook. Matt's had a nice day for Montgomery College, particularly in the field. And he pops one up foul. Dunn goes after it, and it goes out of play. Not a whole lot of foul ground here, as we've said. Matt Shook is 0 for 3 with a walk. He did score in that 9th inning.
And the walk was obviously big.
Huge walk. Raptors showed a lot of plate discipline in that inning. Not being over here. Woo, that's high and way outside. As Bob Euchre would say, just a bit outside.
That's a 20-pointer right there.
And that's outside too. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Bottom of the 11th inning. We're all knotted up at 3. And Matt Shook pops it up. Shortstop gives chase. And the left fielder makes the catch. Just, wow, that was almost a collision there between Sprankle and the shortstop, DeShong, but Sprankle came up with it for the 2nd out. So 2 outs now in the bottom of the 11th, and here's Joe Coleman, who also drew a big walk in that bottom of the 9th inning. He's 0 for 3 on the day, but a key walk. On deck is Matt DeFrank. He drew a key walk also. There were a lot of walks in the bottom of the 9th inning as Dylan Eiler, the top closer in all of Maryland JUCO, walked 5 guys in the 9th inning. And a lot of them weren't even close. I mean, he was just struggling.
And from what we've heard, that's very uncharacteristic, because it sounds like, according to Coach Jennings, that he could put the ball where he wants to.
Well, he was unable to do it in that inning, and that's why we're still playing ball. We are in the bottom of the 11th inning. And Joe Coleman takes ball 2. Made a couple of nice plays in the outfield today.
Yeah, I like Joe Coleman as a player. He's a good little ball player.
And he hits it hard, but right at the second baseman for the 3rd out of the inning. Can't hit it any harder. So, after 11 complete innings of play, our score is 3-3. And we are going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back with the top of the 12th inning after this.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College.
And welcome back to the beautiful Germantown campus of Montgomery College. We see a scenic view there. One of the things you saw, besides the back of our camera guy, Paul Steinitz, is some of the construction going on campus here, Marcus. A lot of things happening here on the Germantown campus.
We're soon going to have the Hercules Pinckney Life Sciences Park built out back, well, out back from us, but built on our campus. There's a Bioscience Education Center, so it's going to kind of match up with what we have going on in Rockville with our new Rockville Science Center, which is one of the most state-of-the-art science buildings in all of the country, 4-year, 2-year, you name it school.
And we are back in action here. Jack Souter still on the mound. This is his 4th inning of work now. And he is facing Zachary Matthews, who's leading off. Matthews, of course, caught that line drive to end the bottom of the 11th there. Joe Coleman hit that ball right on the nose, but right at somebody. Matthews is 0 for 3. He was hit by a pitch, so he has been on base today. And Souter with his 4th inning of work.
Well, he's really reined it in after his 1st inning of work and settled down, started throwing strikes pretty much. And we've seen in this game, the name of the game is throwing strikes. And if you don't, you're going to put runs on the board, and that's what happened.
And he evens the count up at 2-2 as the curveball did not catch the corner. And strike 3. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So that's the 1st out of the inning, and that brings up the leadoff hitter, Drew DeShong, the shortstop. Had a nice game in the field. He's 1 for 5 at the plate. This is the kind of game that can kill your batting average. You know, going into extra innings, if you don't get on base and get a couple of hits.
Yeah, next thing you know, your at-bats are starting to pile up and your hits aren't.
Yeah, you start wearing an 0 for 5 or 0 for 6 collar, that'll do a number to your batting average.
And eventually it's going to start looking like you played both sides of the doubleheader.
That's right. And DeShong hits one hard out into the outfield, back deep. Turlick with a nice running backhand catch.
Well, Greg Turlick obviously knows his outfield. He had some room to run, and he went down and he tracked down that ball.
And let's keep in mind that Greg Turlick, who's made a number, let's watch this fine play again. And he goes on his horse, good speed, and nice catch.
DeShong gave it a ride.
He gave it a ride, that's for sure. I was holding my breath there for a second. keep in mind that Turlick is not the regular center fielder.
Right.
He is a natural right fielder. He's much more comfortable in right field. He's playing center because of the injury to starting center fielder Ian Velez.
But you can tell with that play that he has tracked many a fly ball in that outfield. So that's good that he could have that Dan Rasher could have Greg Turlick to step in and play center field.
Well, you know, he's been playing out there for about 3 weeks because Velez broke his nose and his collarbone in a collision with Max Heldman when they were both going after there's a strike. Both going after a pop in the outfield, pop fly.
Well, just the sounds of collision and broken nose and collarbone is ugly. You know, to the ears. I didn't see it. I can't imagine how that looked.
Well, Turlick's just a great athlete, and he's gotten more and more comfortable. Obviously, the more innings he gets, the more comfortable he gets. As Sprankle is up, he's 1 for 4 with a run scored. And he's made a number of fine plays in the outfield. Got 2 outs here in the top of the 12th, and Montgomery College will have the top of the order coming up in the bottom of the 12th, as Matt DeFrank will be leading off. Oh, there's a big hook for strike 3. Oh, my gosh, Souter is looking real good out there.
Jackson Souter is finding his groove.
He is finding his groove. Look at that. Wow. That was beautiful. Strike 3 for Jack Souter. So, after 11.5 innings of play, we remain tied up at 3-3. And I'll tell you, another great way to keep up with what is going on with Montgomery College and Montgomery College Television is to check out the Montgomery College YouTube channel. Now, this is a site. This is our own YouTube site. You can go there anytime and view any of the hundreds of programs and games and all types of shows that are on our Montgomery College YouTube channel. You can visit it at youtube.com/Montgomery College, and you're going to find links there to games, to programs, to the State of the College address that you see there on your screen by Dr. Darian Pollard. There's tons of games on there, baseball games, volleyball games, soccer games, basketball games, and just links to hundreds of other MCTV programming. We've won, MCTV has won a number of awards, and those shows are all on our YouTube channel at, once again, youtube.com/Montgomery College. And here is Matt DeFrank to lead off against Partlow, who remains on the mound. We're now in the bottom of the 12th. Matt DeFrank is 2 for 4 with 2 singles and a walk, and he just missed a double. He was thrown out at the plate in the 6th inning. The 6th inning.
And that turned into a really big play.
That really is, because think about it. If he had been safe there, we could have been home by now.
Eating dinner.
Yeah. Somebody's hungry next to me. He's going to take a bite out of the. He's going to take a bite out of the desk. I know there's a guy in the truck that's hungrier than you. Oh yeah, there's a guy in the truck that's ready to eat videotape. I'm not going to name his name, but it's something along the lines of Rand Dankin.
Well, Matt DeFrank just saw a fastball from Partlow paint the corner, not happy about it. But going back to Dan Rankin, you had mentioned award-winning in the talk of YouTube and the MCTV's YouTube. Well, there is award-winning Dan Rankin, and he's an Emmy award-winning Dan Rankin. And did I ever mention he's a Frostburg State Communications grad?
He sure is. And here is Max Hellman, who's had an excellent ball game, 2 for 4. He has a walk, made a number. Well, he made the defensive play of the game when he dove full out to rob Hagerstown of a single and throw the guy out at first. had a real solid game.
Sharp curveball from Partlow.
Boy, Partlow's got some stuff.
Yeah, he does.
And he's ahead 1-2 in the count.
And he doesn't waste any time, too. As soon as you dig in the box, he's coming.
No, he is. There's no muss, no fuss out there on the mound with this kid.
And that's what 13-inning, umpires and announcers and parents and fans want.
And he fools Hellman with the, there's an easy pop up to second. Schaefer gathers it in. I'm sorry, Matthews gathers it in for the second out of the inning. And that brings up Jake Taylor. And Jake is due, as they say. He's 0 for 4. He's struck out a couple of times. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. And he comes up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 12th with nobody on, bases empty. And he digs in for, and he hits it a long way. If it stays fair, it's a home run. But it goes foul. Boy, he just missed a walk-off homer.
And he guessed curveball, and Partlow gave him a curveball, and Partlow did his job and kept it a little bit inside. Another couple of inches out in front of Jake, and we probably would be walking home right now.
Yep. We'd be having a celebration at the plate on Duckley Day here at Montgomery College.
But Jake Taylor knew the curveball was coming.
He doesn't give him another curveball there. So 1-1 on the count. Boy, that ball was hit a long way, but it curled foul. And he hits a line drive up the middle, and that gets into the gap. That'll be a base hit. Good job of cutting it off there by C.J. Owings to save an extra base.
And a good job of hitting by Jake Taylor. That's really what Dan Rasher wants to see out of him, become a complete hitter. We know the guy can really hit the ball a long way. He's strong as an ox, and he pulled a ball almost 400 feet or whatever it was down the left field line, but then a couple pitches later, he poked one out into center field to get a guy on base, and now your game-winning runner is leading off, and it's Jake Taylor.
And you've got Greg Turlick up, who's had a good day at the plate. He's 2 for 5 with a double and a single, and 2 runs scored. So and made a number of fine plays. So Greg Turlick had a terrific day at the ballpark here. Taylor gets back.
Yeah, and Jake needs to stay on first before he gets picked off.
Jake does have a couple of stolen bases on this season, but
Partlow's really going after him.
There's a strike. Greg Turlick. Turlick, a .328 hitter on the season. Got 4 homers, 35 runs batted in, and he scored 2 runs today. 2 hits on the day, way outside. Evens the count at 1-1. We are in the bottom of the 12th inning. Jake Taylor on first after a single. Greg Turlick up at bat against Tanner Partlow. There's a throw over to first.
You couldn't ask for much more from the Raptors side. You have your 2 best hitters up, and one of them's on, and you have your lefty slugger, at the plate with a chance to win it.
And he does have home run power. He's got 4 home runs on the year. We saw him hit one Sunday that was a no doubt about it shot.
He's got power to left center field, and we saw that against Stevenson. Partlow doesn't want to run and score from first on a gapper, really.
Here's Turlick. Once again, Taylor has to dive back. That was a little closer. Taylor's having fun over there. He's, I think he's enjoying distracting the pitcher a little bit.
He probably enjoys taking a math test.
Yeah, he seems like he loves it. There's a ball hit off the fist. It's going to get down into left field for a hit. That's the third hit of the day for Turlick as Taylor takes second base on the little Texas League single out into left center. So now the Raptors have 2 on with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th, and that brings up number 28, Andy McWilliams. He is 1 for 1. He had a single. Of course, he had that about a 25-foot single there the last time up. But I think they take another one of those right now.
Sure, why not?
Infield back at normal depth. Schanzenbacher is pretty deep at third. There's a curve. Boy, that was a pretty pitch.
That is a snapping curve. You can almost see that ball coming right out of his wrist. Partlow snapping that curve ball.
Andy McWilliams. Big strike 2.
And what he did right there is he moved it off the plate. So you had a curveball pitch 1 on the inside half of the plate, curveball pitch 2 on the outside half of the plate. So he just starts it in the middle of the plate and moves it outside.
That's a nice piece of pitching there.
And he throws the fastball, and Andy just lays off.
Just held up at the last split second there. Taylor, a good base runner on second base. He's got good speed for a big guy. He's got a big lead. And McWilliams strikes out to end the 12th inning, leaving 2 runners on base. So after 12 complete innings of play, our score remains Montgomery College 3, Hagerstown 3. We'll be right back after these words.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Like us on Facebook. Go to facebook.com/Montgomery College TV.
And welcome back to the beautiful Montgomery College campus in Germantown. There is the iconic water tower.
Freshly painted water tower.
Yes, freshly painted. It's painted like the globe. You can see it from 270. You can see it from a lot of places around here, and it's definitely an iconic part of the Montgomery College campus. Beautiful view of Windy Hill, and we see Jack Souter, who is back out there for his 5th inning of work, and he is facing the meat of the Hagerstown order, with Schanzenbacher up, who is 1 for 5 on the day. He had a single his last time up. And he led off the inning the last time he was up as well. So we have entered the 13th inning.
Wow.
Which is pretty amazing, folks, considering we got down to the last out in the bottom of the 9th, and Montgomery College was still trailing by 2.
And the 2 runs were scored without a hit?
Without a hit.
Without a hit. And now this kid who's got a 592 on-base percentage with 21 steals, and he's leading off the inning. This is a very important batter, needless to say, for Jackson Souter.
But Jack's got him in an 0-2 hole and tries to get him to wave at the outside pitch, but he does not. Good plate discipline there.
And the umpire's not giving in to the 13th inning sunset.
Not yet, anyway. Here's Souter's pitch, and he gets him. Strike 3.
High and hard. Great piece of pitching by Jack Souter.
You know, I tell you, Jack Souter's got some fire in his belly.
Is it me, or is he a different pitcher than what we saw in the 9th inning?
Yeah, I think this kid is just getting stronger and showing more and more confidence as the game goes on. And that brings up Dylan Dunn, who's 1 for 4 on the day. He's got a sacrifice and an RBI, and has caught all 13 innings.
And he's got home run power.
Yes, he does. He is the home run hitter on the Hagerstown team. It's not Schanzenbacher, it's not Walter, it's Dylan Dunn. Sauter's pitch outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. He and Colin McMahon seem to be really in sync here.
Well, if there's a silver lining to the cloud for Hagerstown, is that 270 going up back north is going to be a lot better when they leave.
That's true. If they had won it in regulation, they'd have been stuck in traffic. Sauter falls behind 3-1 now. You don't want to put anybody on in this type of situation. And there is a base hit to left field. Hits it right on the button. And that's a base hit for Dylan Dunn. That's his 2nd hit of the game. And that brings up number 14, Tyler Walter, who's 1 for 4. And he struck out twice looking. And has had a very sour expression on his face both times.
They've got direct sunlight in the first baseman's eyes here. Have to be careful on these throws over to first.
There's a ground ball to first. Taylor, nice play, gets 1 at second, back to first, not in time.
That was a great play all the way around.
That was a great play all the way around. We're going to look at that one. That was defense at its finest by the Raptors. Taylor ranging far over to get it. Back to, and boy, I tell you, Sauter with a great effort at first on the Matt DeFrank relay.
That play might have been closer than I originally thought.
It was very close. I didn't think Sauter had a chance, but he made a play out of it.
He did.
So they get the lead runner, which is the important runner to get. Here's Owings.
And that was a heady play by Taylor to range over. Being 6'4", you have a lot of range in that hole, and then getting it to DeFrank at second.
Owings is 0 for 3 with a couple of walks.
Because he could have just taken it back to the bag at first base, but you still would have a runner in scoring position. Not what you want in the 13th inning.
There's a little slow hopper to Ponifala. Good throw to first, and that ends the top of the 13th. So despite the single by Dylan Dunn, Jack Sauter puts him down, and after 13.5 innings of play, our score remains tied 3-3. And there's Jack Sauter. His day may be done. With the way he's being congratulated in the dugout after 5 innings of work, I'm thinking that that maybe that would be the last inning for Jack Sauter. What a great job he did.
And good for him. He really bounced back after that struggle in the 9th inning, and came out and just really dug down and threw strikes, kept the guys off balance, and he got some good help in the field as well.
And there's our umpire. There's a guy who's probably hoping that this game ends pretty soon. That's Darryl Powell. He's about to complete his 13th inning of work behind home plate.
Well, speaking of love of the game, they do this because they love the game.
Oh yeah, you don't umpire D3 baseball to get rich.
Right.
There's John Silk, the first base coach and assistant head coach of Montgomery College baseball. And Tanner Partlow remains on the mound for Hagerstown.
They've gotten to Tanner a little bit, but he's been able to work himself out of a jam.
This is his 4th inning of work. He came on in the 10th after closer Dylan Eiler actually blew the save. And that's a statistic, blown saves, and that was a blown save by Dylan Eiler.
No. He's already lost about 5 miles an hour off the fastball.
And that brings up Nick Ponifalo, who is 1 for 5. He's grounded into 2 double plays, but he has a big RBI. And the action in the bullpen for Montgomery College is number 6, Colin Cox, who we just saw pitch on Sunday.
And he pitched a great game, and he pitched a lot.
He did. He pitched a lot. So, yeah, Colin Cox is warming up in the Montgomery College bullpen. So we are obviously going to see a new pitcher for Montgomery College in the 14th.
Well, these guys are young. They can bounce back.
Should we get there?
Colin Cox pitched his butt off on Sunday, and now he's could come out again and pitched again today and Tuesday.
Ponifala pops it up behind first base. Easy play for Tyler Walter. So 1 up, 1 down here in the bottom of the 13th. That brings up number 23, Colin McMahon. This will be his second time up. He struck out his first time up. And Tanner Partlow has been tough, and he doesn't look like he's wearing out at all.
Well, he's the winningest pitcher on the team, and he's that for a reason. He's got a great mix of pitches. He's got a sneaky fastball that looks a lot faster after his off-speed stuff comes at you a couple of times.
He's pitched 74 innings this year, which is almost 25 innings more than the next closest pitcher for Hagerstown.
And when you've got 74 innings under your belt, you know what you're doing out there.
And he has relieved before. This is his 4th relief appearance of the season. And he pops up McMahon to the first baseman, Walter. And that's 2 pop-ups to Walter, and we're down to our 3rd out here in the bottom of the 13th. That brings up number 27, Matt Shook, the left fielder. He's 1 for 4 with a walk today. And he had a big walk in that 9th inning rally that tied the score for Montgomery College. But I'll tell you, Tanner Partlow looks like he is just getting stronger to me. And Shook pops up, and this one is to second baseman Matthews. He catches it for the 3rd out, so that was a very quick bottom of the 13th. Montgomery College going 3 up and 3 down, and we are going to the 14th inning, folks, with the score 3-3, and we will be right back after these words.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. And we are just about ready to start the top of the 14th inning. We have a new pitcher in for Montgomery College. This is number 10, James Hoover, better known as J.P. Hoover. He's the closer for Montgomery College. And one would hope that he's actually going to close out this game for Montgomery College. Actually, we saw J.P. Hoover pitch on Sunday, Marcus.
And he pitched really well against a group of 4-year college baseball players at Stevenson, even though when we do the Stevenson game, we call it the JVs, but in reality, they're 4-year players on scholarship who don't get as much playing time if you're a freshman or a sophomore, and it's a great idea by the Stevenson folks to play all these Montgomery or all these Maryland JUCO teams to get the guys that don't play that much some action. And of course, Montgomery College took both games of that doubleheader.
Yeah, Hoover pitched very well. He had one little bit of a rocky inning, mostly done in by his defense that inning.
Yeah, he was stung by some bad luck, but he battled again and ended up pitching a pretty solid game.
So he got the win in that game. So Hoover will be facing number 25, Devin Schaefer, who's 0 for 2. He's walked 3 times, and he has scored a run. So J.P. Hoover on the hill, and he starts him out with strike 1. I was reading the players' bios, and J.P. put down his favorite thing about MC baseball is listening to the coaches' conversations. I thought that was pretty interesting. Original. He also loves singing in the shower.
Really?
Yes, that was in his bio.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, everybody sounds better in the shower. Oh, Panafala with a big one up from his knees. Great stretch by Taylor. What a beautiful play on both ends. Wow, Nick Panafala knocked down that hard hit ball, threw him out from his knees, and then a great stretch by Taylor. Let's look at it. Good, solid play.
And Panafano had no other choice but to throw him out from his knees, and you have to have a really strong arm to do that.
Boy, that is for sure. Hagerstown with just 5. There's a bunt right back to Hoover. Easy play to first. And that is out number 2.
Yeah.
And we are in the 14th inning, Marcus, and Hagerstown has just 5 hits.
Wow.
That's some great pitching by Montgomery College.
Alex Reinhart had an idea there, but he didn't put the. If you're going to drag bunt, you can't drag bunt to the pitcher. You're going to have to drag bunt either down the right field line or push it up the line to the third baseman, because you're going to get yourself thrown out. You bunt it to the pitcher,
which is exactly what happened. So that brings up number 23, Zachary Matthews. He's 0 for 4. He was hit by a pitch once, and he has struck out a couple of times. But he's played a very solid second base today. Of course, he had the great relay throw that caught Matt DeFrank at the plate in the 6th inning, way back. Remember the 6th inning?
Which I do barely. Which was, it turns out to be an incredibly important play.
It really was the play of the game at this point.
It really was.
So we are in the 14th inning of play.
But I have to admit, on that play, when I looked up the baseline to see if Coach Rasher was going to send him, I was just hoping to see his arm waving, because we wanted to see him to have a play at the plate, and he did. So Coach Rasher chose to make it exciting as well.
Oh, he made the right call there, and it took a perfect relay throw from Matthews to get him.
It did.
And a great tag, by the way, by Dylan Dunn. People tend to forget that the catcher has to catch it, and he has to make a great tag, and that's exactly what Dylan Dunn did.
Hagerstown scored one of their runs on a play that we couldn't make in the with the delayed steal.
Right.
So it is important.
So with 2 outs, Hoover issues a pass to Zachary Matthews, which does put a man on base, and that brings up number 4, Drew DeShong. He's 1 for 6 on the day with a single and a strikeout. I'm sure J.P. Hoover did not want to put that man on and bring up the top of the order. That would not have been his preference. And that causes a little acid indigestion for Dan Rasher over there on the bench.
At least he's coming from the left side, so he can hold the runner a little bit closer than as if he was thrown from the right side.
Yeah, he's one of the few lefties on the staff for Montgomery College. And all of a sudden, he's having a little trouble finding that strike zone. So J.P. Hoover. That's in the dirt.
Nice play by McMahon.
Boy, that saved a base.
And with this kid up at plate, he can really put the ball in play. So again, you don't want to put somebody in runner in scoring position with DeShong up at the plate.
Here comes Dan Rasher to talk to J.P. Hoover, and while Dan is out there, we have a chance to look at J.P. Hoover's statistics, which are pretty impressive. He's appeared in 14 games. He's 5-1 on the season. With 3 saves and a 3.42 ERA. Pitched 23 innings, has started 2 games. Of course, we saw the one this past Sunday against Stevenson.
And he's another smaller guy. We don't have heights and weights on these guys, but JP is not a big guy.
So no balls, or I'm sorry, 2 balls, no strikes to Walter. And he hits a foul ball down the left side. Moves the count to 2 balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. And we are in the top of the 14th inning. And there is absolutely no way I thought this game was going to extend past the 9th, frankly, when they brought in their, Hagerstown brought in their lights-out closer. Particularly when the first 2 guys of the inning were out.
Who's going to call the NJCAA historian and start getting us the longest games records? We shouldn't say that.
No, I think the crew, if that happens, might just want to take your scalp, Marcus, because whoa!
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I think Mr. Hoover and I think Mr. DeShong, they might have heard me. I'm sorry.
That was a foul ball, folks. That was right at our midsection. And here's J.P. Hoover. Oh, he's got him picked off. And that is the 3rd out of the inning as J.P. Hoover picks off the base runner. So that ends, beautifully done. That ends the top half of the 4th inning. And J.P. Hoover shuts him down to keep the score at 3-3. Let's take a look at that one again.
And that wasn't even close to a block move. A lot of times you're going to hear the other folks yell, block, block, if you're a left-handed pitcher. But he didn't even come close to committing to the plate. All you have to do is put your right leg towards the plate by 1 inch, and there's your block move. He lifted it straight up and went straight to the base, and there's your pickoff move. Big difference.
And so here are our totals after 13 and a half innings of play. Hagerstown has 3 runs on 5 hits. They've committed 3 errors. Montgomery College, 3 runs on 11 hits and 1 error. So those are our totals after 13 and a half innings of play. And, of course, those 3 errors contributed, or at least a couple of those errors contributed to MC's rally there in the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, and again, we don't want to belabor the point, but if anybody told us that with Eiler coming on and a 3-1 lead, that he'd walk the bases around twice, considering they scored 2 runs off him via the walk, we'd tell you you're pretty much crazy, but that's exactly what he did. And he ended up, it looked like he ended up trying to aim the ball a little bit too much once he got in trouble. And that's what happens when you don't have to be a manager of a JUCO baseball team to know that once you start aiming the ball, you're in trouble.
Yeah, he was losing confidence out there. Partlow out. There's Coleman tries to lay down a bunt to get on, but it goes foul.
Nice idea by Joe Coleman, because if you're a lefty and you want to push it down the third base line and you already kind of have a little bit of a jump out of the box when you're putting the bat down. A little bit closer to first base.
And, of course, Joe Coleman has good speed. So he's leading off the bottom of the 14th. Tanner Partlow still out there for Hagerstown. He wants a new ball. There is no action in the Hagerstown bullpen. So Partlow now beginning his 5th inning of work.
Do you think Tanner Partlow knew he'd be pitching 5 innings today?
I think Tanner Partlow probably thought he had the day off.
Well, there's the difference between these guys and if you're going to a major league game. A lot of those guys know that they're not going to pitch. You come to a Maryland JUCO game, you better bring your spikes.
Yep, because you might just well find yourself in there. Full count now to Coleman. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And he grounds it to second base. Matthews, booted it. That's an error.
Well, the baseball gods look down in strange ways. And who knows?
Take another look at that. It's a fairly routine grounder. Sharply hit, but routine, and he just didn't get the glove down.
And how bad does it hurt if you're a Hagerstown player knowing that's the bottom of the order that you just booted the ball on, and now you have the top of the order with Matt DeFrank,
who is 2 for 5 with 2 singles. He's also had a couple of strikeouts, but he's 2 for 5. And he shows bunt, takes ball. Got good speed at the bat here and also good speed at first. Schanzenbacher is definitely in. He's in on the grass, couple of steps in on the grass, as a matter of fact. Partlow's going to probably pay a little bit of attention to Joe Coleman over there. They're showing bunt again. MC has not been able to get the bunt down.
Yeah, we had Panafala struggle with getting the bunt down earlier today. You would think that the leadoff batter, Matt DeFrank, could handle the bat, and we'll give him another chance because he's only got 1 strike. And I would assume that Dan's going to have him square again.
And, of course, he's going to try to push it down the first base line if he can. Joe Coleman at first. Nobody out. We are in the bottom of the 14th inning. DeFrank showing bunt again, pulls it back. And it's a ball. Everybody in the ballpark knows he's trying to get it down. Schanzenbacher is almost at home plate. He's so far in.
And Matt DeFrank squares really early with his bunt here.
And takes it outside again. Partlow runs the count to 3-1. And here comes Partlow. Lays it down right out in front of the plate. That'll get the job done.
Perfect bunt.
As Matt DeFrank lays down a perfect sacrifice bunt.
Perfect
and
bunt.
Almost beat it out.
And they say you have to catch the ball with your bat when you're dropping one down, and that's exactly what Matt DeFrank did. He caught the ball with his bat.
Yeah, just a lift, beautiful. He just deadened the ball right out in front of the plate. And that brings up Max Heldman. He is 2 for 5 on the day with a walk.
Brasher talks about not making the little mistakes, but that also includes making the little things to win a game.
Max Heldman with Joe Coleman at second. So Montgomery College with a runner in scoring position, 1 out, bottom of the 14th inning. Heldman's had a great day at the bat and in the field. He takes outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. As we are in the bottom of the 14th inning, and that sun is starting to go down, folks. And there are no lights here. And he hits a blooper out into center field, but it's dropped! It's dropped! And Heldman is on in an error by the center fielder as Coleman scampers to center. And I cannot imagine what happened to C.J. Owings out there.
You know, I think he tried to throw out the runner before he caught the ball. That's the only thing I can imagine. It looked like he started the transition from the glove hand to the without having the ball.
It was a can of corn. I mean, it was just a can of corn.
It's tough to say.
No, sun was definitely not an issue.
But I really think he played it off to the side like he was getting ready to put the ball into his from the glove into his throwing hand.
And that brings up Jake Taylor. This is exactly the guy you want up. Anything out of the infield scores a run. Hagerstown has the infield in. Everybody's in on the grass. Second base, shortstop, first base, third base, everybody in. Jake Taylor in at the plate. Runners on first and third. One out. Bottom of the 14th inning. Anything to the outfield will score a run here.
There's nothing other than putting the ball on his hands for Tanner Partlow here. If he lets Jake get the bat head out, the game's over.
Yeah. He's got to jam him on every pitch. And, of course, Greg Turlick on deck. Right in on the fist.
Nice pitch. That was really a nice pitch. It might not even have caught any of the plate, but in the 14th inning it did.
1 ball, 2 strikes. So Taylor in the hole, behind in the count. This is definitely a pitcher's count right now.
And now this is where Tanner Partlow can get away with going outside the strike zone.
Question is, will Taylor have the discipline not to chase it? Here's the pitch.
Well, he kept it in on his hands again with the fastball.
He did. He's not giving him anything.
Jake fought it off, though. You got to give it to him. Jake fought it off.
Yeah, that was a good piece of hitting because that was a tough pitch. Right in on the hands. This is the moment, folks. This is what makes baseball the great sport it is. This kind of drama, this kind of mano on mano. And he popped him up, foul. And did it get out of play? And he caught it for out number 2. And Jake Taylor not happy with himself as he comes off.
Such a big difference between 1 out and 2 out with the game-winning run on third base. It's night and day. And
Boy,
right now,
sure.
you obviously need Greg Turlick, to knock one in between a fielder here and get one down for a single.
Well, he's had a good day at the plate. He's had a good day in the field.
An error. We just saw 2.
Yep, we just saw 2, which is what set up this situation. 2 errors in the inning for Hagerstown. There goes Heldman into second. And, Greg Turlick is 3 for 5 on the day, 2 runs scored.
And he's put the ball in play better than anybody on the team today. And so this is the guy you want up.
The runner that counts is Joe Coleman on third base. He's 90 feet away. Bottom of the 14th inning. There's Turlick. Nice play by Walter. Race to the bag, and he's safe. The ball game is over as Greg Turlick dives into first base to beat the throw, and Montgomery College has won it here in the bottom of the 14th inning, 4-3. Greg Turlick is our player of the game. There is not a question about it as he delivers the hit that scores Coleman from third to break the tie here in the bottom of the 14th inning and give Montgomery College the victory, 4-3. That was pure hustle.
That ground ball had trouble written all over it. It was in the perfect position. He beat the pitcher to the bag, and then he beat the first baseman to the bag to end the game.
And what a great shot by our camera crew there. What a great shot. And the slow-mo work by Dan Rankin and Scott Youngblood. Beautiful. And our player of the game is without a doubt Greg Turlick. He had 3 hits on the day. He knocks in the winning run, and his hustle won this ball game. There's not a question about it. His hustle won the ball game. And he made a number of great plays in the outfield to boot. So Montgomery College with a big 14th inning win over Hagerstown. That was a gutsy game by Montgomery College. And we are going to be right back with some final thoughts as we look at the winning Montgomery College huddle. Once again, they win the game on a hustle play on Duck Lee Day. How perfect. How perfect. We will be right back with some final thoughts after this.
Whether you're a recent high school graduate, career-changing adult, or seeking professional or personal development, Montgomery College has what you're looking for. We offer more than 130 programs of study as well as workforce development and continuing education to prepare you for a rewarding future. Take advantage of our small class sizes, award-winning faculty, and flexible scheduling. Evening, weekend, and online classes offered. Apply today. Montgomery College, endless possibilities. 240-567-5000.
Check out more Montgomery College programming at youtube.com/Montgomery College.
And welcome back to the Germantown campus of Montgomery College. We're looking at the victorious Montgomery College Raptors, and they have just pulled out a victory in the bottom of the 14th inning, 4-3 over the Hagerstown Hawks. And I want to tell you, folks, what an improbable victory for Montgomery College.
Well, it was improbable because in the ninth inning they were down by 2 runs, and the best closer in all of Maryland, JUCO, came in, gave up 5 walks, and Montgomery College tied the game. Now you get to the bottom of the 14th inning and 2 errors, and then some incredible hustle by Greg Turlick bringing Joey Coleman home for the game-winning run, and man, that was fun.
I'll tell you, that was as fun as here we see it again. He hit the ball in the hole. The first baseman, I think, sort of didn't expect Turlick to run that hard or something.
You know, I think the pitcher may have been late getting over, but I mean, to this point, it matters nil because Turlick was really racing down the line. And as soon as the first baseman saw that the pitcher wasn't going to be there, he kicked it into high gear. But Turlick is a fast runner, as we know.
Oh yeah, and that was just pure hustle. That dive into first. You know, I'm not a fan of diving into first, but that is one place where it came in handy. So Greg Turlick not only knocks in the winning run, who was Joe Coleman, by the way, but he is our player of the game. He had 4 hits on the day, 2 runs scored. He had 3 singles, a double, 2 runs scored, and not to mention he made a number of fine plays in the outfield.
He's the easy player of the game, and you know, they're all-star hitter. They're leading the country in home runs. Jake Taylor had a little bit of trouble, and you need a player to back up your big-time hitter, and Greg Turlick is turning into that player.
That is for sure. And J.P. Hoover comes in the 14th to get the win. But we got to say that Jack Souter pitched great, gave him 5 strong innings to keep him in the ball game. And let's not forget the great starting job that Jamison McGrain did. He pitched 6 very strong innings. And all of this, how appropriate on Duck Lee Day, that we have an exciting win on a day dedicated to the great former assistant coach of Montgomery College, Duck Lee. So, once again, from Montgomery College, our final score in 14 innings, the Montgomery College Raptors 4, the Hagerstown Community College Hawks 3, and for Marcus Rosano and all the extremely hard-working people on the MCTV crew, and I mean hard-working people, we hope you enjoyed today's game, and thanks so much for watching, everybody.